transcending to all other places worldwide that we have. Here in Amman, in Jordan, is the MENA regional office that is basically coordinating between headquarters in Germany, all the other regions, and the region here, which is one of the most important regions for the foundation. And that's why the foundation took matters in their own hand and said, basically, this is such an important region. Let's acquire a space where we permanently can do our work with the society that we already, for a long time, engaging with. When we actually came here to downtown Amman, which was a very decisive and a very purposeful decision to be in the center of Amman, to be in the place where people can access, where people walk by, where there's the old town of Amman, where old meets new. Such an incredible amount of engaged youth in Jordan. We can support them by giving them our network, our partners, and our thoughts for such a long time already. In this building, basically nothing exists by coincidence. Every detail is carefully planned to be where it is and to have the function that it needs to have. And just like with the Bauhaus movement, where form follows function, we tried to assemble this in this building as well. Not only did we try to mold the work that we have in this building, we also tried to preserve what we have in this building. And this process was a fantastic experience for everyone who was participating. When we designed this place, first of all, we got rid of all the walls. We kept the columns that we needed, but we also cut into the ceilings to open the space up. The main criteria was to be accessible, to be visible, to be bright, to have a clear line of view where you see your co-workers, where you can interact with each other, crossing over the internal boundaries of the work, but also the geographical boundaries of up and down and left and right and all this kind of stuff. This place is representing not only what we stand for in our work, it also stands for like the values that we're creating. We believe in a society that needs engaged citizens, engaged democrats, engaged people that work for their society. And here you cannot but engage. The moment you come to this place, you will be taken by the energy, the transparency, the openness. You want to inquire more. You want to know what is going on here. What are we doing? What are the ideas that are forming? And this is exactly what we want to be. This is a space for ideas, because we are in the business of ideas. This is an idea incubator for all levels.
Thank you very much. And all of this, all of these programs, all of this work, all of this office, everything was done in the last 2 years. This would have not been possible without an incredible team. I thank everyone, and I'm extremely proud of what we have been through in the last 2 years. Extremely proud of the team that we have in Amman, the team that we have in Tunis, the team that we have in Rabat, in Cairo, in Jerusalem, in Beirut, everywhere. We're doing an incredible job, and I think we put MENA on the map again, and we are bold in doing this. We are very bold in using ideas. We are an idea incubator, and our boldness is something that we're all very proud of. And on this boldness, I think I should give also now a round of applause and the word to our regional strategy manager, Yara Asmar. Please join us here on the floor to open the Tunis Innovation and Politics Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aslema et bienvenue. The third edition of the Innovation and Politics Forum in the MENA region is about to start. Take a deep breath and let's embark on this journey together. 2 days, more than 30 speakers, simulations and workshops, a whole world we are bringing today to Tunis this year. A world of ideas, of discussions, proposals, conversations, and networking. This journey became an annual occasion to engage with new players shaping the political scene. And yes, I'm saying players, because the digital world has created for us this maze where we are constantly looking for new contributors to support us in finding new ways. New ways towards a more democratic and open society, towards economic prosperity and social cohesion. Since 2019, the whole region around us has been boiling. A new wave of social movements in Lebanon, Algeria, and Iraq re-triggered the spark of an unachieved democratic dream in the MENA region. Yet, unperceived challenges have reframed this dream of us and slowed down the pace. Things slow down, yes, but they are still boiling. 10 years of transition in the region has taught us that change is not a moment, it's not an instance. It's a process that we all need to embrace, accept, design, implement, and then test. And you know what? This exercise has to be repeated over and over again. 10 years since the first spark of the Arab Spring, and I'm so humbled to be standing here in Tunis, where the Arab Spring started, that the rules of the game in the region has changed. The old forms of oppression are no longer applicable, even in the most challenging societies. And you know that are countless lists, these societies, challenge societies in the region. The traditional ruling elite, whether an elite, whether a militia, whether a group of people, are struggling in maintaining their power. And we can see them trying constantly to repuzzle a legitimacy that died with all political practices. To maintain their position of power, they're either resorting to violence and threats as means of intimidation, but this cannot still be hidden from the wide digital world. Or they're trying to rechannel their approaches by promoting new platforms of cooperation with the emerging civil society and network of social entrepreneurs who prove to be able to grow independently, to operate in a more efficient way, and serve the needs of the society as they dare to be bold. Bold idea, and as like in the movie of Freddie Mercury, Bohemian Rhapsody, they say, fortune favors the bold. Bold approaches, bold opinions, and bold ideas. Bold ideas that can save our democracies and foster the main principles of rule of law, of transparency, equal opportunity, and freedom. Bold ideas that can distract our societies from common enemies imagined, created, and introduced by populist voices, safeguarding a rhetoric of fear and distrust among the society members. Bold ideas that help us in identifying our needs and redefining the way policies should be developed. Bold ideas that make us take informed decisions. Bold ideas that move us from being spectators to becoming active actors. Across the MENA region, the media is full of examples of disengagement between governments and citizens. Governments and their institutions are no longer meeting the need and expectations of the population. And we're seeing this on a daily basis, which echoes a desire among citizens to take control of their own destiny, to have their say, and to be given their due. A desire to go beyond representative democracy, punctuated by the voting ballots towards a more deliberative and collaborative type of democracy, a democracy of content. The desire did not stem from a void. The need was there, yet the available tools empowered citizens to express, to experiment, to prototype and demonstrate. And this is innovation in all of its aspects. Innovation increases the level of participation among citizens, as it emanates from common challenges and needs. Innovation fosters synergies generated between different types of actors, whether public institutions, CSOs, private actors, citizens, the media, and so on. Innovation creates a stamina that keeps us going by trying, failing, embracing the failure, and then trying and restarting again. Innovation is above all contextual. It is an experience that is rooted in a particular local reality and that is resulted from a collective dynamic specific to a particular place and time. This is not a lecture about how innovation is important to build sustainable democracies in the region. This is just a message of hope that I wanted to share with you in this opening ceremony of the Innovation and Politics Forum. Despite all challenges surrounding us, the process of change is coming in the region. This time, it might come in a box where the votes are being casted. It will come through a network of innovators around the region, individuals who are constantly trying to break the boundaries of identity, of segregation, of social class. Individuals who are looking into means of cooperation and learning experiences to shape the future of their surrounding. At FNF MENA, I can tell you that we experienced it this year through I-Values, a regional competition, as Dirk mentioned, that was an initiative that was the direct outcome of the Amman Innovation and Politics Forum in 2020. 279 bold ideas were shared with us from more than 11 countries, ideas that blow the mind and free up the soul, ideas that show us that yes, prosperous future is on the horizon. However, active patience is what it takes to overcome this long journey. I welcome you again at this experimental journey towards change in the MENA region, the Tunis Innovation Politics Forum 2021. It is bold what we tried to achieve this year, despite the restrictions imposed by the global pandemic of COVID-19. And for this, allow me to thank special people who were crazy enough to join this endeavor. First, I would like to thank the head of the Tunis office, Mr. Alexander Rieper, for also joining this craziness, and the amazing Tunis team, especially Khulud and Arbiya. The MENA, thank you so much for the amazing work. The MENA team, and headed by very own director Dirk Kunse, the one behind this amazing campaign around TIP, Christian Kade. And by the way, you can check the booth of the installation of Stories of MENA outside the room, and even on the website, on the online, it's an online publication, storiesofmena.com. This is a campaign directed and managed by Christian. The people also who assisted you, for you to have a pleasant experience in Tunis and in TIP, Ghiwa, Jad, Shayar, and Mohannad. And of course, the amazing technical and creative team, Antoinette, Bob, Youssef, Abbas, Karim, Perla, and Vinity. I wish you a creative weekend. Take a deep breath. We're about to start.
Right. Thank you, Yara. Thank you, Dirk, for warming everyone up. Now that you are all warmed up and you are settled in, let's get cracking. I don't know if that's a local saying as well. I think when you think of innovation and solutions, and you talk to people over dinner or in the street, the conversation very quickly turns to technology, right? Turns to technology and data, because that's what we think comes up when we think about innovation. It's the apps, it's the latest thing that is released, the latest product. And often in that conversation is also, the conversation as individuals about data security, the power that comes with data. So it's only fitting that if we talk about innovation in politics, that our first chapter is on innovation and data. Right, and so to lead this conversation on innovation and data, we are joined virtually by Bashar Al-Halibi. He is from Clipper Data, he's also a geopolitics analyst, and is also a friend of the Innovation and Politics Forum. Last year he was also a moderator. We had a very intense conversation about the same topic. So in a way, we're also continuing the conversation and seeing where it has taken us today. So I want to welcome Bashar. Bashar, I wish we could have stood next to each other on a green screen, but alas, it is nice to see your face again. Welcome.
Thank you, Clinton. I wish we had the same interactive studio we enjoyed last year, but I'm also happy that COVID is being battled all over the world and people are joining hands together and seeing each other physically and attending conferences, etc., etc. Thank you.
Amazing. Thanks, Bashar, for joining us. I spoke to a political journalist friend the other day who said the old adage of knowledge is power should really be changed to data is power. And that the political, or the front line of politics really has moved to the digital space, and that requires also a mind shift in the way that we address the challenges and recognize the challenges that face us. Is this your assessment of the situation as well, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, as a geopolitical analyst that follows crude and other commodities, especially in the Middle East and North Africa region, I think that back in the 1930s, when oil was discovered in the region, the MENA region gained a lot of importance. 70, 80 years later, almost, the region is at a major crossroad. Either it needs to recreate itself as one of the world's commodities hub, or it will have to face really severe challenges, taking into consideration climate change as well. So I hope in this discussion, in this panel, we are able to solve or at least tackle certain discussions, topics, answers, or questions in order to see where will this lead us.
Amazing. Well, I'll leave you to it, Bashar. We look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. I would like to start first by thanking FNF, MENA in general. I would like to thank my friends at the foundation all over the region. And I would like to commend you all for this amazing work that you've done for the third year in a row, besides the work that you're doing in the region in general. And let me start with a very small introduction, and then I will introduce our esteemed guests and start the topic in general. Innovation is critically important in contemporary economies. A key driver of the improvement of economies and in consumers' living standards is the growth and success of firms and the wealth of nations. Investment in research and development, commonly known as R&D nowadays, is essential for firms and nations to produce innovation and compete for the future. Innovation contributes to a strong economy through job creation, income generation, and long-term economic growth. As a result, acquiring the capacity to innovate now lies in the core of policies and strategies of both developed and developing countries. Innovation is increasingly focused on developing economies, supporting competitiveness and economic growth, and enabling them to catch up with and grow in a global economy. With that being said, and in this chapter, we explore the role of data in driving innovation and transforming our future. We ask questions on how are data analytics affecting our economies and changing paradigms, and how is AI or open data shaping our democracies. Without further ado, let me start by introducing our esteemed guests. First of all, Mr. David Carroll, Associate Professor of Media Design at the New School. Mr. Reza Whitlock, Civil Rights and Rule of Law Officer at the Liberal Institute.
Thanks for having me. Hello.
Hello. Mr. Nouman Fihri, former Minister of Technology and Communication in Tunisia. And last but not least, Ms. Ana Perez Garcia, the CEO and co-founder of Forest Chain. Is everyone on board?
Yes, thank you for your introduction.
Good morning.
All right, thank you. So I would like to start with Mr. Nouman Fehri. Mr. Nouman, you've been ex-Minister of Technology and Communication in Tunisia, and I would like you to start, please, by laying out the landscape of, in general, innovation and communication and technology in the MENA region, and specifically in Tunis, if you can, please.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the team of FNF for inviting us for this important piece of thought leadership that we need to exercise. Thank you, FNF, for example, for inviting us. I would like to say that I was moved by what Yara was saying earlier, and I'm getting much more hope in our common future when you see youth like Yara believing in what is going to happen and understanding what's happening. So let me give you few statements, and then we will go into more details later. So the first statement I would like to say, there is an event which happened a few months ago that it went unnoticed by a lot of people. And I'm speaking here under my professor of economics, Professor Mishri, who was here a few minutes ago, that in economy, I will speak about politics in a few minutes, but in economy, it is well known that the production, there are 4 production factors to produce values, which are land, manpower, technology, and financing. All professors of economy, when they are doing their modeling, are working on these four as a way of producing a new value, producing goods and services. China recently, 3 months ago, added to their 5th leg as an essential production part, it added data. So today, according to the formal modeling economists of China, data is the 5th leg of production. So this is not anymore data is a tool to produce, but data is really a source of wealth. So this is very, very important. And we have been seeing this over the last, I would say, decades, that data and knowledge of data is transforming a lot. There is transforming the way we do things. It started by transforming, business models, hotels and travel, etc., etc. Then it started to transform a lot of other. It's like a tsunami coming, transformation tsunami coming, and we feel it now because of COVID have accelerated a bit, but we have seen it over the last 10 years. So this new data and the access of data and the amount of data create another issue or another dilemma. So data means knowledge, and knowledge creates gaps. Gaps between the people who know and between the people who don't know. So we are having more and more gap between the 21st century youth with their 20th century leaders with the 19th century laws, which are based on the old economics. So that gap is widening, and we start to feel it now. The second gap is the second gap is the expectation gap. So now people have, specifically youth, have access to data globally, so they have global worldwide expectations, while their leaders, they have local delivery means. So therefore, there is a huge dilemma between, and a huge disconnect between the governors and the governings. So what does it mean? This means that, that everything has been changing, and there is this tsunami of change is happening. It happened everywhere, with the exception, yet, to the political governance, the way we elect people, the way politics is happening. It's always the same thing. You have parties who you elect people who represent you for a period of time, but once you represent them, it's very difficult to ask them to stand down before. And I speak for a real example. I was elected to write a constitution for 1 year. We stayed 3 years, and we had to have a huge political movement in the country for us to stand down. Therefore, what I'm saying, that the politics and the political tool and the political governance will change, and is changing now. We start to see the glimpse of this change now, and I'll stop here, and I will go in the next intervention. What doesn't really changing in politics, whether in the election part of politics or in the policy making part of when you are exercising power. Mr. Moderator, I can continue to talk about the implication on politics, on election, and on policy making, or I can pass the floor to the next speaker.
I will have to ask you to keep the second part of your intervention until the role comes back to you. But I want to thank you so much, because you touched on two important aspects. The first one is, unfortunately speaking, I mean, you were chosen to write the Tunisian constitution, and you stayed in the committee for 3 years. So imagine people that are elected or basically ascend to power in the region, how difficult it is sometimes to boost them. Anyways, speaking of laws, speaking of this major gap between generations, and speaking of people's rights, I would like to move on to Ms. Teresa Whitlock, who is actually a civil rights civil rights officer. And I would like you to address this specific point. How is the law, is even the law coping with the major and exponential transformation that technology and innovation is introducing to human lives?
Thank you, Mr. Halabi. Thanks for having me into the audience in Tunis as well. And thanks for the first question. I would like to maybe bring in the perspective or the European perspective to this panel. And I would like to touch on one of the points which has already been mentioned, and that is the impact assessment of what data can mean to our economies, of what data will mean to a shift in what is needed in the sphere of what jobs will look like in the future. So in Europe, there's been a package which is called Digital Europe, which has been introduced by the European Commission a couple of years ago. And they've kind of tried to bring on regulation within a certain specific plan that they now roll out over the next couple of years. And when they started this plan, this Digital Europe plan, going into the digital decade, as Ms. von der Leyen called it, they made this first assessment and said, okay, how much is this whole data economy, which we're dealing with in Europe, worth at the moment? And how much will it be worth, in our expectation, in the coming years? And they had the span of 2018 to 2025. And their assessment was that at the moment, so in the year 2018, the data economy is roughly, in Europe, is roughly around 300 billion euros worth. And their expectation was that by the year 2025, the economy would then be worth 830 billion euros. So roughly speaking, of course, this is not 100% accurate, the worth of the value of the data economy would grow 3 times within 7 years, which is quite a big number. But also the number of people who at the moment within their jobs work with data, so-called data experts on any kind of level. Then in 2018, they assessed that they had around 5 million people working in the sector in Europe. And by the time they were talking about, so 2025, they would need roughly 11 million people working in this field. So what we also see is that there is a huge personnel gap coming towards us if we're talking about making use of data, making good use of data for on the one hand, making good policies, so for the whole area of policy making and good governance, and also what you mentioned earlier, being able to respect civil rights, respect human rights in the process. And then on the other hand, making use of data for companies, for actors who either are in the field already or who are not on board yet and maybe don't even know that they will be actors in this field in the future and should be made aware what the role of data will be for their businesses in the future. So I don't want to go into too many details at the start, but let me first say that there has been some regulation in place in the European Union and also in Germany already. And I want to highlight one of those pieces of regulation, which already is being implemented by the member states. It's called PSI Directive. It's called Personal Sector Information Directive. So what they did there is to make the member states transform the processes of their of the public sector information they have, or of the public sector services, in a way that they rethink their processes, so that at the end there is not only kind of the specific service coming out of a process, but also by default the thought of how can I now reuse the data I've created in the process, and maybe how can I by default public or make public the data which should be possible to be used for everyone else. So maybe with this small glimpse of information I can give you from the European perspective, I want to stop at that point and hand over to the next speaker. And I'm very happy to, looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to ask Mr. David Carroll, with the emergence of social media in general, the media landscape has been revolutionized one way or the other. And I would like to know your opinion about how can new media basically impact very or highly authoritarian environments in general, if it can actually.
Well, thank you. I'm so pleased to be here, and thank you for inviting me and allowing me to participate in this exciting conversation. And of course, I wish that I was there with you as well. But glad to be able to connect this way. And indeed, we are using social media. The pandemic has accelerated the integration of these technologies, not just into our personal lives, but into work and education. So the sort of impact of this has only increased recently. But to the question of media and authoritarianism, indeed, we in the United States have been grappling with the pendulum swing to and away from authoritarianism. And indeed, the election of 2016 and then the political events thereafter, such as the insurrection on the Capitol in Washington, D.C., all reflect a kind of tumult that is indicative of the political condition in the United States. And media is attributed to some of this political activity, whether it be the mainstream media on television, talk radio, sort of 20th century media, further amplified by the effects of the 21st century media and the way that people's emotions are manipulated for an economic engine that is the outrage machine generates powerful attention to sell advertising. And so the attention economy is driving this, and indeed data is driving the attention economy. So the relationship between data, manipulation, attention, and the whole economic engine can potentially be having negative downstream effects, can potentially not be supporting democracy, but can be having effects on democracy which are detrimental. And so we are contending with the effects of this in the United States. And indeed, we are inundated with whistleblowers. And so the condition of whistleblowing would indicate that there's a big problem.
Mr. David, it seems like the audience has lost power.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I don't know if, and I doubt we are still being broadcast if there's no electricity to do so.
Possibly. I thought this was a specificity for Lebanon, not for Tunis.
Well, I mean, I guess we could keep the conversation going since it's being recorded to the cloud, so they could
absolutely
hit back. But
well,
I'm not sure what to do.
We can have a chat until maybe they come back online.
The image seems to be frozen on their end, so I don't know what the situation at hand at the moment is, because yeah, it seems to be frozen.
Yeah, I'm getting in touch with them through WhatsApp.
Okay, all right. It'll probably take 5 or 10 minutes just for the computers to reboot and the system to come back online, I bet. So
if you want to take a break, you can do that. I mean, you can just
sure.
switch off the camera and yeah.
I'll stand by though.
Hello.
Hi. Yes. Sorry. The power in the venue here just cut out, so we missed about 2 minutes of that conversation. Can you hear us, Bashar?
I would like maybe Mr. David to at least tackle the last point he mentioned in his conversation before we move on.
Sure. So again, it's you know, this is pretty typical during the pandemic to you know, have technical difficulties encroach on our discussions, but we persevere and work around it. So, but one of the things that I was trying to illustrate was the dynamic in the United States recently, especially since the 2016 election, and how, especially because there is a lot of active conversation, a national conversation ever since, and we have been, in a sense, inundated with whistleblowers as a indication of a broken system and great concern that the system is not addressing, whether within companies or whether by the government. So I would say that when you have a series of whistleblowers, there could be, it is a clear indication that things are not working. And so one of the main concerns is how the relationship between data and advertising creates an economic incentive to drive attention towards the margins, towards the extremes. And this aspect of the attention economy can have harmful effects on the civic life and the democratic spirit because the incentives have been perverted. And so in some ways, having a Wild West world where there are no data protection regulations and anything goes has created the chaos that we see in the United States. And so we've been trying to reckon with that, and indeed the role of social media and the tech companies and the exploitation of data has been a factor in these tumultuous times. And indeed the conversation in the US does, you know, has been very active on the platform's responsibility for this, and the whistleblowers play a key role in bringing information to light. So the whistleblowers are bringing data to the surface that does not want to be seen.
Thank you so much. So I have to circle back to Teresa because the other guests are still facing some logistical hurdles. Teresa, I would like you to delve deeper into the points that you were raising. And I have another question that I would like you to tackle if you can, please. Does Europe have some sort of responsibility to transfer its policies on innovation, data, technologies, etc., to its neighbors around the region?
Well, that is a really huge question because I think maybe it doesn't look that way from when you look at it from the outside, but we're still in the very early stages of seeing or kind of assessing what the impact of data will be on the businesses, on the everyday lives, and also on human rights of people within Europe. So we're also in the very early stages of regulating those kind of affairs. But in the end, like with the general data protection regulation, we have made and we have set, and which has been then kind of transferred to many other states across the world. Even the United States have kind of adapted or adopted some of the aspects of the general data protection regulation as well. So maybe kind of by being first movers in many regards, looking at, for example, the AI Act, which is in the making at the moment for artificial intelligence, and the Data Governance Act, which is coming as well. Maybe in this regard, we can have an impact on our neighbors as well, and maybe kind of pull them into the process as well and inform them what the thought processes are in developing this kind of regulation as well. Maybe, yes, we have kind of a obligation to do that as well. But yeah, as I mentioned, we're in the very early stages as well. And it's not like we're in the, like at the end of a process here or something. And as someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Yara, it is a constant struggle and it's a constant process. So once one thing is done, it kind of the next is already on the line. And also the regulation that has been closed must be reviewed in a couple of years again. And this kind of lifespan of a regulation is very much shorter than it used to be. I think that, for example, the e-commerce regulation we had in Europe, which is now more than 20 years old, is now being reviewed. But in the future, we cannot wait another 20 years. We must review it really much faster. So yeah, maybe that tackles the question you ask.
Yes, thank you. And 20 years is already a record timing in relative to law in general. I would like to move to Ms. Ana Perez Garcia. And Google tells me that you've worked as an aerospace engineer for Airbus for 16 years, but then 6 years ago, you dropped out, or maybe a bit longer, you dropped out and you started your entrepreneurial endeavor anyway. What made you drop out from what people might perceive as a dream job? And what can you tell us about the entrepreneurial scene in a post-COVID world?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good morning. It's working. Okay. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm really happy, face-to-face, after these 2 years with remote mode, call, Zoom meeting. And I'm very happy to talk about innovation in this forum, about technology, about my experience as an entrepreneur. I'm CEO and co-founder of 2 startups, and as well I work as advisor in other 5 more startups, working with technology as drones, blockchain, IoT, cybersecurity, and deep learning. All emerging technologies. I would like today share with you my experience, a couple of example use cases of how the startups are able to change the industry, the world, how we can help the economy, which is our recipe, or how our methodology, how to apply innovation to open markets or to work in improving these markets. Data is the new oil we have seen before. I think this is the new goal. How powerful are the data as a tool to create new business model, to bring new business model to new ways, to new solution to existing problem. I think this is a characteristics in the entrepreneurship. We discover or find pains, big pains, we design solution, we design thinking, we validate before developing, and I think that our strategy, our methodology can be used as well for the traditional sector, the traditional company, the public sector. I think this is a very good lesson learned from the startup ecosystem to the rest of the economy. The receive for growth. We create disruptive solution products, but we need to grow very fast. This is a demand from our investor and as well from ourselves, because we are very ambitious. We have a lot of energy and motivation, and we need to grow very fast. And I would like to highlight that I think the strategy is driven by data. I would like to highlight two keys about digitalization, how digital transformation can change the rules, how using technology can be improved the process, the productivity, the efficiency, at the end of the day, being more competitive. Controlling, collecting, processing, using the data are parameters for control the companies, for the optimization. As the tool, the data as well as tool to take decision. Decision based on data is an important part of in any startup. Our strategies are based on data. Historic data, data analysis, algorithm, we achieve the success using this data. All the application, all the technology, the fundamental part are the data, how we collect them and how we exploit them. I would like to give you a couple of examples about how the lean startup methodology and how the innovation works in the real life. One of my startups is Canal Drones. We provide inspection in airport using drones instead of manned aircraft. It means that we perform inspection in runways, lights, navigational aids. It's a very disruptive technology. We change the manual procedure. It's just someone going through the runway to see if there is an object in the runway. And we use drones. It means we have a procedure very fast, very safe, very economic. We save time to the airport. And this is a lesson learned I would like to share with you. The technology, the innovation means that the company can work in a better way, saving money, be more competitive. Okay. In the startup ecosystem, our best practices can be used for public institutions, we think. How we proceed, we use a lot of technology. We design and create technology, but we use a lot of technology as well from other companies. We collect data. We collect requirements from the customer, from the market. We design a buyer persona. We use a lot of technology for be more competitive. This is at the end of the day the real goal. Okay, and now just for finishing, in that moment in the COVID, with the economic shock that we have, the death rate in the company are very huge, and only the best can survive. And this is advice for all the people of the company, all the industry. The technology can shape and define the economy. This is something that we would like to change the world, okay? Providing technology, but at the end of the day, we want to work for the economy, for the countries, and for all the citizens, for the society. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to have a follow-up question with you, Ms. Garcia. It seems like, from an observer's perspective, wealthy nations in the Middle East and North Africa region tend to invest more in innovation and technologies when it's related to security rather than economy. Do you agree on that? And if there's this discrepancy per se, how can it be dealt with?
Who are you addressing the question to, Mr.
Miss Anna, Miss Anna.
Yeah, it's about the security. This is the technology that is interested. Okay, of course, there are a lot of solutions related to cybersecurity and related to physical security as well. Solutions that are already in the market. It's not needed to create nothing. There are a lot of fantastic startups that are working. And we can implement, we're able to implement our solution in the traditional market with the governments, with the private and public companies. The solution is already in the market. And as well, there are some options or opportunities in local companies. We work in collaboration mode. We love to work with local company, with international company. We want to provide the solution. There are a lot of technology already in place that can be used. And there are a lot of countries, a lot of government that are already using this technology for security.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Numan, back to you. Innovation and how is it impacting politics as well?
Okay, thank you very much. So I just understand that Mrs. Perez is a startupper as well. So I'm an investor in startups. I invested in 15 startups, happy with 4.
I need my cut in case something happens.
So it is. Other than this, I think this forum is for making also business relationships. So thank you for inviting me to this.
Nice to meet you.
So that's about jokes. So let me go back to the application. So you asked me about specifically on Tunisia, and I will use one single example on Tunisia, is that we saw that happening 5 years ago. That's where we started the Startup Act, a specific law for startups in Tunisia, which tells to the government, dear government, leave these startups alone. We carved a space, a free space, where they can evolve in a free from government chains, space. And today, I'm glad to say that we have 700 labeled startups in Tunisia, and Tunisia is representing the startup scene in the whole Africa, in Smart Africa. And again, here I would like to mention FNF, because it's a party supported by FNF who supported this supported this law. Now, I'd like to go to the next level. What is the implication in data and politics? In politics, there is 2 parts. There is the one which is, the election, the politics, the election, and there is the policy making. What do you do when you are exercising the power? How you exercise your power to do policies. So I'll start with the second one. The implication on the policy making that the people in power, that the governments are not as in power as they used to be. It's becoming extremely difficult to them because they have less freedom to do what they want, because data is accessible to everyone, and there is a movement of civil society, led usually by the youth, thanks God, who are observing them, monitoring them, and forcing them to be accountable. This is the good part of it. The difficult part, the less good part of it, that becoming in power becomes extremely difficult and extremely tough job, much tougher than 10, 20 years ago. So we will see, and we started to see, that a lot of governments either are forced to resign because of movement, which usually started with social media, or or with the uprising, or they resign, but because frankly speaking, it becomes too tough for them. The conclusion is that one of the implications that governments will stay less and less. Before we have always 5 years governments, and they finish their terms. Now you will remark, other than in the very, very, very strong democracies, you have the government are not staying for as long as they should be. We observe this in Tunisia. We observe this in, I'm not sure in Germany if we have a government yet or not. We do, excellent. But it took 3 months to make it, while in the 2 months? 2 months to make it, while previously the government is done one week after. 1 week after. So there is a real change on increasing accountability on politicians will make the exercising of the power an extremely difficult job, which means we will see less and less competent people wanting to go to that job because it's not, honestly, it's not really a rewarding job. So there is a danger coming in our way that because exercising power becoming extremely difficult, that less and less people are tempted to do that. That's on the exercising power aspect. On the election aspect, obviously, because data are known and your behavior is known and people use artificial intelligence and use social media, etc., the national elections are becoming known, either known before you do the election, or they become so close because it becomes a media game and media influence game. So you will have less and less in established democracy, you will have always the 50-50, and swinging the vote becomes the most important things, which makes it, again, on the national level, you elect people who answer what the people wants to hear, but they are not necessarily the people who can do the policies that people need. And we can see that example in Tunisia, where we have clearly a president who was elected because the people wants to elected him. He was elected absolutely democratically, and he was the true democratic president of the country. However, he was not able necessarily to deliver what his electorate wants to get from him, hence the difficult situation we have in Tunisia. And this is not a single example in Tunisia. This will go, you can observe it in most places. The third one and the last is that people, because the overflow of data, and because election becomes you don't know the people, who do you vote for, etc. You have information from social media, and you will have overflow of information. You will not trust anymore the politician on the national level. You will trust more the people you know at local level, which means that local election are becoming much more important than national, not important. There will be a tendency to go to more local regimes, election regime rather than national regime. And this is a tendency. If I'll ask you today, name me your mayor, you will be able to say. If I'll ask you to name your governor of your district, I'm sure that half of us don't know them. If you'll ask you to name now 2-3 names of the mayor of New York, you will know. If I'll ask you to ask the 2-3 names of the governor of New York, I think that it's a much more difficult exercise. So the orientation is government will be, exercising the power will be much more difficult. The local will be much more trusted than nationals, And this means that the democracy, the tools of democracy we are doing today may not be as appropriate as they should be to today's exercise. So the governance, the way that election is happening with political parties, etc., are at threat today by these all movement with unstructured movement. Hence, the importance of rethinking how democracy, what tools of democracy we need to use based on the effect of the data. I hope I know that was a bit complicated, but these are and a bit pessimistic, but these are the tendency we are seeing and we will continue to see over the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Numan, and thank you for mentioning tools of democracy. It's very important to adhere to the democratic game, and it's very important to keep people from being extremely creative sometimes in thinking that they can rewrite the terms of the game on their own terms. Moving on to Mr. David, we see that, for example, in Tunisia, Mr. Numan has been fighting the fight to unshackle the entrepreneurial scene from basically intervention from government or from laws, etc., etc. However, we see that in the United States right now, the big tech companies are in the hot seat. They're always summoned to Congress for testimonies and and we find them at the heart of many of the political controversies that have rocked the United States over the past few years. What's your take on that? And are we heading towards, let's say, a breakdown of those major tech companies, maybe?
Yes, thanks. One of the challenges of the current situation with the power of a few firms that have amassed almost total market control and have done so through accumulating data. So when we speak of Facebook and Google in particular, they act as a duopoly in multi-sided markets. And so there's a lot of antitrust and anti-competition actions in play where the companies, have been caught illegally cooperating. And so there are many open issues that have to be resolved. But what's also understood is that these companies have become stateless, non-state superstates, that their power is exceeding the power of nations, and even the United States is struggling to contain the power of these corporate creations. And so that is coming to play, is it's ultimately a power struggle that politicians themselves are struggling with how to, on multiple surfaces, can potentially contain what seem to be unaccountable powers, hence all the whistleblowing, hence dragging the executives repeatedly. And there's so much talk of regulation is coming, but we haven't seen much actual action yet. And so the relationship of, as was mentioned before, you can have elections that's separate from policy and the political dynamics are at play. And so there are risks to having completely unregulated technology platforms. They will have external effects on society, and the government will struggle to rebalance the state of power. And what's interesting is the European Union, having been essentially a creation of recent historical era, had the foresight in its charter to enshrine data protection as a fundamental human right. And so when the European community establishes its data protection regime and sort of expresses itself perhaps through things like the GDPR, it's easy to forget that this is to protect fundamental human rights. And the United States and other countries have not enshrined data protection as a fundamental human right. And I believe this is the central problem in the United States, is that we have not understood the relationship between data and dignity. We have an outdated definition of privacy, and the companies exploit that and our democracy suffers.
Thank you. I think the last question will be addressed to Ms. Whitlock. Is regulation possible with the immense power that those major tech firms project all over the world? Is it possible to rein them in any way and protect human lives and human beings and their basic rights?
I assume the question goes to me, so
yes. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that the fundamental right is not data protection, it's privacy or privacy. It's so that we early on said that the privacy of people and having a core of kind of a self-sovereign space where no one should be able to access, no government, no private individual, no company. That is kind of the core of the fundamental right we guarantee in the European Union and in Germany as well. But getting back to your question, I think it's really a big struggle coming from the EU, wanting to regulate players which don't sit in the EU, but only do business in the EU. That is kind of the first thing, or the first struggle. But the second thing also is that I think you cannot stop the dynamic that these companies will grow bigger and bigger, and that they are market players which will remain big players. I think that's something which you wouldn't be able to stop in the future. But now the question is, how do you then make the data they amassed or give the data they amassed back to uses that also favor society? And I think it was said before, and a very good practical example of tools for democracy, which need data and which also need data maybe that the big players, the GAFAs of the world have in their hands, was in the COVID-19 pandemic. So maybe they had a lot of information of kind of how many people really are infected or something because of information they shared on the platform and stuff like that. Maybe they had more data about this than the governments themselves. So access to data which huge platforms have in any sort of form is a problem which can be tackled, and you don't need to kind of totally dismantle the huge corporations in order to achieve this, but you need to disrupt that business model in a way, because the data they amass, and maybe at some point they amass this kind of data or this mass of data on a basis which was the Wild West, as Mr. Carroll stated, that can be tackled. But I don't think that kind of we will tackle the existence of big players in the market. But we can tackle the problem that governments and others do not have adequate access to the informations that they collect from people. And this access must not be for free, or should not be for free in all the instances, but the access should be granted if for example, governments need it to make good policies.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask the esteemed panelists if they would like to add a last word before we check with the audience for questions. Any last word? All right, so in regards to the audience, do we have questions? Clinton, I see you holding a microphone.
Yes, we do have a question.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, the FNF, for organizing this great event. And I would like also to thank the whole panel for the very interesting observation that we made this morning. My name is Sana Oshtati. I am an IT law teacher in Carthage University here in Tunisia. And I have two remarks. The first one is about the last adopted recommendation of UNESCO on the ethics of artificial intelligence. I would like to ask the panel if they think that this recommendation that asks the different countries of the world to implement further legislation on protection of human rights in regard to the risks that AI is raising now, that if they think that a lot of countries will go in that direction, especially that it's only a recommendation, so it's not mandatory for the countries. The recommendation also asks for implementing national agencies specifically dedicated to the protection of human rights towards AI risks. So it's also, I think, a very important issue that could protect civil and personal rights in a very effective way. My second remark would be about the impact of or the role of the state. I think I'd like to raise a point, in fact, and to have you return on that. Do you think that the state is still a threat to technology, or it is a protection, a way to protect the human rights and the people's rights, because we are in need of a guarantee, we are in need of a legal and effective way to put the responsibility of some very great technology companies. So who do you think would be able to face this issue? I would like to hear you on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think, Teresa, you can take the first question, please.
Yeah, thank you. I can do that. I think that a lot of international law, a lot of codes, or a lot of recommendations being drafted on the international level is not binding per se. But what it was, and what the UNESCO recommendation was, is that it was a very visible and necessary signal that ethics in AI is a huge factor which needs to be dealt with in the future. And if we do not kind of find some way of tackling this problem in all the nation states across the world, for example, making AI non-discriminatory and stuff like that, that we will end up in a kind of Wild West situation. And we cannot rewind certain processes of learning systems or of systems who learn automatically if we do not, in the very beginning, factor in human rights and factor in discrimination, for example, as a problem. So I think it was a very visible and good sign. And what I can say from the EU perspective is that we are already working on this in the EU. And I think some actors in the world which haven't been so far may have kind of woken up to this and say, okay, if the UNESCO, if the UN is already talking about this, it will not go away. So we better kind of attack this problem now and not kind of put it on to kind of regulating it later on when it's maybe too late.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I add a small point? I think that from the startup point of view, or the people that works with the solution, the regulation, the law sometimes is a showstopper. Is a problem for us because the technology, for example, artificial intelligence, technically, we can perform a lot of functionality, a lot of products that is not in line with the law, because in some cases there is not a law. And then my advice for all the government, we need to work together, governments, startups, corporates, institutions, research, university. It's very recommended to establish a sandbox. A space for the open innovation. We are talking about the innovation, but we have not talking about the open innovation. It's very, very important to work all together and to establish and to, because the regulation is very slow, so slow that for example, a startup works very, very fast, and then it's not in line. We cannot wait until the law, because maybe some 3 to 4 years, and then the startup is dead. Then we cannot do it. And then my advice is for government, for example, for Tunisia, to establish a sandbox for artificial intelligence, for cybersecurity, for drones, for a lot of technology that has a restriction in terms of regulation.
Can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
So to the question on algorithmic AI accountability and transparency, here is where some of the core aspects of the European regime need to be further applied. So the basic right of access to one's own data and information, we would call it the right to know in the United States, is the fundamental building block of accountability. That is, having the right to your data and having the right of explanation, the full disclosure of your profiling and decision-making around you is the bedrock of algorithmic justice. And it's not effectively being used by civil society. But this would be the key mechanism to require companies to prove they are behaving in an equitable, ethical, legal, justice-driven manner. It's one of the only tools that individuals have to exercise their rights and freedoms, a right that is starting to appear in the United States, recently enacted in the states of California and Virginia. So not at the national level, but probably coming. And so this is really, really crucial, because getting companies to properly disclose is a huge challenge. And then what would be the appropriate penalties for malfeasance? And I would argue it would have to be disgorgement, meaning the data and the data models would have to be destroyed if unlawful activity was found, because we have already seen that the fines imposed by regulators are completely inadequate to deter any bad behavior. Facebook got a $5 billion fine for Cambridge Analytica, and it had no effect at all. None. Wow. So we have the wrong approach, and the only thing that would actually deter bad actors and actually achieve the kind of justice required would be the threat of disgorgement. It's the only thing I believe that will stop bad actors that have amassed market power.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Can I make a comment or answer to the question? Maybe a concluding comment from my side. These two questions are extremely difficult, and there is no answer yes or no. Obviously, AI, ethics in AI is an important issue to tackle, whether you tackle it by law or you tackle it by consensus or you tackle it by educations, etc. is important. A single country cannot tackle it alone, because now there are supra countries, organization. I'm not speaking only about the GAFA, but I'm speaking also to their equivalent in China, who are doing what they want to do with the data. So it's a very, governments need to be aware and use the appropriate measure to it, but not necessarily law. And I'm happy that you mentioned the sandbox, because we launched in Tunisia, for example, in the central bank, a sandbox, because we have 19th century law of the central bank. Our laws in exchange and currency is from the 19th century. So we, in order to transform it, and it's a huge thing to transform it, we launched a sandbox. So my concluding remarks are three simple things. We are entering in a world where technology will be predominant, where there will be a lot of technology. So let's not forget that the most important things is humanity, is the human, and we need to keep that in mind while we are entering into this world of technology. The second one, that we are entering in a world where it's very, 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 very difficult to make decision because you will be receiving information, right information, wrong information, false data, real data, etc. So your only compass is your value systems. What is our value system? What we are fighting for? Freedom, human rights, support of the needy. That is what should drive our collective action. And the third one is that why people are trusting more the data. People trust data and less politicians. So with the digital currency now and blockchain, etc., the reality is that people are looking for trust, and the new currency is trust. It's not dollars, not whatever Facebook is doing. Is really trust. So we need to make sure to restore the trust between the youth and the leader, and the only way to restore that trust is that the youth grab the seat of government, and they need to be them driving rather than people like at my age driving. This is my concluding remarks. Thank you.
Bashar, we have we have 3 questions, 2 in the room and then 1 also in the comment section on the YouTube stream. I want to raise the comments question first, because I think it ties into what was just said about building trust, but then also what David said about the repercussions of breaching the trust, essentially. So the question is from Surur Gabi. She says, talking about the GDPR in the European Union, and when there's also the Cloud Act in 2018 in the US, can we also bring into this conversation how the state can access citizens' data? How can we regulate big players when governments themselves are not abiding by citizens' privacy shields? So maybe we can answer that question, and then we've got 2 questions in the room as well.
Mr. Carroll or Ms. Whitlock?
Sure, I would just draw attention to the activity of the privacy activist Max Schrems, and what he has been accomplishing, I think, is the story of this question of the relationship between the firms and the governments and the different standards relating to that access. That Max Schrems, as a privacy activist, has been able to topple not 1, but 2 international treaties through his legal activity, really illuminating the inability of the United States and the European Union, for example, to really reconcile the different approaches to data and data rights. And so it's really put the industry on edge, because these international treaties are essential to enable the free flow of data. But indeed, the European Union standards are so much higher than the rest of the world. And so it creates a positive dynamic to meet the EU at its level. And Max Schrems is an activist that is exerting pressure on the system in that way. Businesses probably roll their eyes the next time he manages to do something, because he's blowing up the system, but he's showing how fragile it is and how important it is to get these issues right, because obviously they're not.
Right, and then we have 2 questions in the room. Dirk, there's 3 now. Sorry, Bashar.
Oh, no worries. Take your time.
Just really quick, quick question to David, actually. When we talked about now the collection of data, and we talked about how difficult the access is, and also we are clear on that this tiger that has been out of the box is not being able to be caught in again anymore, and we agree on that. From now on, the access to this data that is there. I mean, like, I still remember a couple of years ago talking to a friend, and we were talking about, like, you know, what these big companies are all collecting about us. And he was telling me, like, yeah, this is way too much. They will never be able to access all of this information. This is something like that. So if we now know that this is all the data that is there, and it will be more, and we're looking back in the last couple of years only, this vast amount is collected. There will be more coming in the next years. So we want access to this data, not necessarily for free, as we have it established on this panel, but we need this access. We're not there yet. There are certain elements where it goes in the right direction. But quick question to David, how long do you think it will take until we have reached that point that we can say, like, okay, now we have this access to data, this is something that we can work on? Is it another year, another 10, something like that?
Thanks for the question. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of optimism to that question. I had more optimism at the start of my effort trying to get my Cambridge Analytica data through the data protection regimes that we've been talking about. And it didn't work. It didn't happen. The regime failed. It failed to deliver that basic question of give me my data. I ultimately got it from a whistleblower, a leaker. Somebody leaked the Trump 2016 database to the press. And then the press came to my door and finally gave me my data file. So we still rely on the free press to hold the regulators accountable, trying to hold the companies accountable. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the free press, journalism, whistleblowers, etc., are the last resort. And since we are at the last resort, and we are exposing the failures in the system and exposing the extreme deference to business at the expense of individual human rights, which then contributes to the harms to democracy, we have to recalibrate the relationship between individual data rights and the power of business, because it's unequal and it's causing these problems.
Thank you. One last question, and we have to close in 2 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to have to go priority that was given here. Right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers. You know, listening to speakers from the region and the West, and two paradigms come to mind. Like in the West, democracies are pulled by data companies and the IT revolution, the internet for everything, into coming up with regulations. And the region, for the most part, where democracy is scant or nascent, the regimes kind of like pull back, pull back the innovation, and because they're about maintaining the status quo. That's one thing. And another thing that comes to mind is all the technology in the world, I don't know who said it, but it sounds good. All the technology in the world will not work in an environment where productivity is not there. The productivity culture is not there. And the third point I'd like to mention, you're talking about regulation, is we are grappling, and I used to be a telecom regulator one time, we're grappling with regulating traditional industries and traditional production. I think the internet for everything is posing challenges to regimes about coming up with adequate regulations, whether they want it or not, like Uber, being a taxi company that may not pay taxes or pay taxes, that's not regulated, not licensed, not whether it is regulated, you know, Airbnb and others. These are quite new challenges to regimes that are still, that don't have regulations that are as modern as they are in democratic states, developed states. I think we have two different stories here. One that's what's ongoing out there, and one that is what's going on here. And by here, I mean the region. And I think they're two different stories. And I would love that to be addressed. I mean, how do we, innovate with data, given who we are, not given what they are? Thank you.
Who'd like to take this question? Maybe Mr. Numan, who has the local experience and the regional experience.
Thank you, Bashar. Listen, honestly, again, these are very, very, very tough questions, and the answer is not again yes or no. But it is clear whether it is established democracies or nascent democracies, democracy is currently at threat because, or thank you to, not thank you to, obviously, because of the technology and data revolutions, and it is at threat because it's continuing to use the same old tools and old governance of democracy. So if we continue to think democracy with the same paradigm of the tools of democracy, democracy will lose to autocracy. So we need to invent new tools for democracy. I don't know what are they. Youth know much better than us what are these new tools. When you listen to Yara earlier, you understand that they understand which word we are going into. We should not use the same tools for democracy to save democracy. Otherwise, we'll lose to autocracy. We need to reinvent new tools. I don't know them, youth knows them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kal, do you have anything to add quickly or no?
I guess I would just add in relation to the filmmakers who made the film The Great Hack that made my story known to the world. Their film before they made The Great Hack, I'm talking about Karim Amr and Jahan Nujain, Egyptian-American and Lebanese-American filmmakers. Their previous film was The Square, which was the story of the Egyptian revolution. And they made that film to talk about the promise of social media to bring democracy to the world. And then the next film, The Great Hack, is reconsidering that. So we can watch those two films together to see both sides of this question, and it's quite nicely applicable to the region and the world more broadly. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, I would like to end on a more positive note. Just like The Great Hack was a great movie, just like your take was great, and everyone else's, of course, on the panel, but also The Square happened, and it was a glimmer of hope at a time where no one was really expecting it. So you never know when this light at the end of the tunnel shows again, and it might introduce a new phase, a new era in the region, despite all the friction and that's happening and that's there at the moment. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the speakers for being here. Thank you for FNF MENA, for the amazing team behind behind innovation in politics and making it happen. I would like to thank also the guests and the people in the room. The electricity is off again, so I think it's time for a break for everyone.
We can hear you and we can see you, and we're taking your appreciation with open arms.
Thank you. And I think everyone now is in need of coffee, a coffee break. So
you can feel it all the way there. Okay, yes, the tension is palpable in the room.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Bashar. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So we'll take a 10-minute break. So grab a coffee, grab a stretch of legs, and then we'll meet here in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take your seat again. You can take your seats. If you're having coffee and snacks in the foyer, you can bring that in as well. This is, after all, a liberal organization. Yes, you have our permission to continue eating. To our guests, I hope you have snacks behind the screen hidden somewhere as well. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are, it's actually quite appropriate. It's almost as if this program was by design like this. We are now going from the conversation that tipped into social media. We're now going to talk about innovation in media itself. So, do we have a... No? Okay, Yara, come join me. Yara is going to be the moderator for this conversation, and to also kickstart it in the appropriate way, shall we take a selfie?
Yeah, this is how we do it.
This is how we do it. But you're going to be in the background, everyone, so this is now the time to fix your hair and smile very brightly, okay? Okay, now this is where you smile and you raise your hand or something and look alive. Okay, there's it. Yara, I'm going to just hand over straight to you to get the conversation going on innovation and media as our chapter 2.
Thank you so much. And welcome everyone. I would like to apologize from our speakers online because we had a very interesting conversation at the beginning. I really hope that also our discussion will take longer and longer with a lot of interactive questions coming from the online people joining us and from the people who are joining us here in Tunis. It's a great pleasure to have you all of us with us. We're kicking this session now on innovation and media. Amazing speakers are joining us from Tunisia and around the world. So allow me to welcome. There will be first a video introducing the panel, and then we will move to our dear panelists. The media industry has been constantly changing in form and function, in content and type of operation. The digital revolution, as we saw in this video, had a major impact on the type of information we receive, the way we receive these informations, the way these informations are gathered, and the way they're presented. Disruption of the industry is what technological development brought to the table. Disruption in the business model, size, and the overall media market. To discuss all of these topics, I'm so happy to have with me, in person and virtually, our dear speakers. I would like to start with Mr. Ayman Mhanna, Executive Director of the Samir Asir Foundation, and the #1 supporter of the Innovation Politics Forum, as he was the first one to join us in Beirut. Nice to have you, Ayman, with us, and sorry for waking you up.
Always a pleasure to join. But I just want to everybody to know that there are other great speakers who also appear at the Innovation in Politics Forum. I just happen to be a recurrent one.
Yes, but also, yeah, of course, but you were part of like the brainstorming when FNF started this, and we're so happy that you're with us on the 3rd edition. Of course, we continue with great speakers. I would like to welcome here on stage Mr. Farouk Ali, data scientist and analyst of Inki Lab, the lab of the Intifada platform in Tunisia. Welcome, Farouk, and it's so nice to see you. I was running after you to find you, but now I found you. Third, I would like to welcome a speaker coming from Georgia, Mrs. Tamara Kinchurashvili. I think, Tamara, I got it this time. She's the executive director of the Media Development Foundation in Georgia. Welcome, Tamara, to the panel.
Welcome, greetings from Georgia.
Fourth, I would like to also welcome Mohammed Najm, who is the executive director of Social Media Exchange from Lebanon. Thank you for joining us, Mohammed. And last,
Thank you.
And last but not least, I would like to welcome dear Faisal Yafi, executive editor of New Lines magazine. Faisal, thank you so much for joining this panel.
Thank you, friends. I'm sorry I can't be there in person.
It's like what Corona brought to us is this like nice way of talking, of connecting around the world, even though flying became very difficult these days. But we're so happy to have you. We'll have a discussion for about an hour, and in the meantime, I would like to ask our audience who are watching us online or who are joining us in the session to share their thoughts on social media and how innovation, according to them, has changed the media landscape, and of course, without forgetting to use the hashtag #InnovatingPolitics. I would like to start my first questions to Faisal and Tamar, and feel free to answer with the way you feel like it. How do you see the current state of the news media and the media in general? From an optimistic or even from a pessimistic point of view, how do you see the reinvention that happened in the field of journalism?
Tamara?
Thank you. I will start. Thank you for this question. In new technological area, in a new media ecosystem, we're dealing with some competition of traditional media with social media networks, because anybody can be a journalist nowadays. My neighbors, your neighbors, without specific media experience or journalistic diploma. This is good in a transitional democracy or authoritarian countries where media is concentrated in the hands of powerful groups. But on another hand, it's so easy to spread misinformation and disinformation because media consumers can select their sources directly without proper editing stages, which is a part of the mainstream media work. And mainstream media is in competition with social media consumers, and this is resulted in the actually decline of media quality, and we have this information disorder where it's difficult to differentiate quality media content from fabricated one. So in democracies, people need to make informed choices and they need the trustful information. So it's very difficult to actually to remain competitive when you are dealing with this big data, and big data involves all types of information, user-generated, machine-generated, and you should digest this information, you should react fast and compete with social media in difficult circumstances. This is a very complex issue, and we need to preserve trust in quality media in new media ecosystem, which is challenging to achieve.
Thank you, Tamar. Faisal.
Yeah, well, Tamara, thank you. I mean, Tamara really outlined it very clearly, I think. I mean, these are multiple challenges, which I think we're going to talk about over the next hour or so. You think that the reduction in the price of technology ought to have enabled a lot of people to access the ability to create their own magazines and websites and startups and TikToks and Instagrams and all of this. And what has actually happened is this profusion of media coming out of all these different countries, some of which, as Tamara was alluding to, are actually organized by states in order to undermine other states or undermine well, I suppose the truth. I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic. I think that the reduction in the barriers to entry will create a brand new revolution in media. I think that what will happen is you'll have a whole lot of new people entering the marketplace. We will get to how they will fund it shortly, but they will enter the marketplace. They will bring to their respective communities new ways of looking at the world. And what I'm hoping is that over time, the mass information will filter itself into not the legacy media and the independent media. That's the wrong way to approach it. It'll filter itself into the media that people can trust, that build communities from the ground up, that people feel they have a stake in, and others that are there, either they are legacy media that haven't adapted, or in some cases they are state-owned properties that are there for propaganda purposes.
I would like to take this, you mentioned like the media entering the marketplace, new alternative media infiltrating this place. I would like to move with this with Ayman. How do you describe innovation in the media industry, how it was able to shape it in terms of an industry and not only when it comes to content?
Thank you, Yara. It is difficult actually to separate content industry in this field, because very often the real innovation came when media entrepreneurs embraced the latest development at the level of technology. And this is what actually has happened historically. I mean, every time there was a new technology since the late 18th, since the invention of the press, but I mean, throughout the 20th century, the media outlets that managed to transition to the new technology, to understand it better, and to adapt their format to the new technology, these are the ones that managed to innovate. And when I'm talking about innovation, I would like to distinguish between two types. First is the purely technological innovation, in the sense adopting the new tech tools available. But what is more interesting, and these would be the media outlets that will probably last and that will win the competition that Faisal described, are the ones that manage to understand the technological innovation's impact on their content. I'll give you an example. L'Orient Le Jour in Lebanon, just as a simple example. It's a 100-year-old newspaper, as legacy as this, you can't. It's a French language newspaper associated with a very, let's say wealthy urban elite in Beirut that still speaks French. So on paper, this newspaper was supposed to disappear because the number of French speakers in Lebanon is declining. The idea of having a traditional newspaper is not necessarily very attractive anymore. A collapsing advertising market in Lebanon. So every single recipe for failure was present. A few years ago, L'Orient Le Jour took a major decision looking at its market and realized that most of its readers are actually not in Lebanon. More than 80% of its readers are based outside Lebanon. So their idea was, how can we tell the story of what is happening in Lebanon using a language, using a way of writing that is understood by the diaspora rather than understood by the few hundred people that still read us in paper in Lebanon. So they changed the way they tell a story. So instead of writing, for example, the Minister of Health met with the Minister of Environment to check the impact of the pollution of that river on people's health and then move on, well, they realized that saying something like that is not understood by anyone who doesn't have the context, anyone that doesn't necessarily watch TV in Lebanon. This is why each story begins with putting things in context. Each story is written in a way that has a human component that might relate to people who are not present anymore in Lebanon, but who understand based on how it's framed, why it's important for them and for their community. Because of this, L'Orient Le Jour is one of the only newspapers in Lebanon that is not losing money. I'm not saying that what they did was enough to generate profit, but they managed actually to jump to a new era, to innovate in the way they present stories. At the same time, they are still a legacy newspaper. So whereas if you look at the Daily Star, another newspaper that was launched during the same period, roughly, or a few decades later, but still, I mean, many decade-year-old, that is in English, so a language that is more popular right now online, they completely failed at understanding how content and technology should change hand in hand to preserve the legacy and to actually stay alive. So this is the kind of example that I wanted to share with you to show you that innovation is of course about the technology, but if you don't think editorial innovation, you can't survive either.
Thank you, Ayman, for this perspective. And I would like to move to go back to the technological, the use of technology in the media. And here I would like to welcome with us Farouk, who is the data scientist in Inqilab. And basically, referring to the previous chapter, we're talking about how data is shaping many industries, and David Carroll mentioned also the data that is being shared on social media that is really somehow threatening our democracies. While in the media sector, data really transformed the sector, really transformed the industry. First, I would like to ask you, what do you actually do as a data scientist in a platform like Intifada? Why Intifada needs a lab, an Inqilab, to work on its editorial products?
Thank you. First of all, I should mention that Intifada is an online journal, so requiring development and technical team to work behind the journalist to provide the information and access the internet in more clear and obvious way, and provide a better user experience for our readers was the first goal that created Inqilab. But in the recent development and the exponential growth of AI, we realized that analyzing the data would help us reach more and provide a better content for our users. So I joined Intifada in 2018, which is recent. Our first goal was to customize the platform of Intifada to create like the basic functionality such as a recommendation system, a custom layout for our journal to become more appealing and have more access and understand more the patterns that our users follow to use our website. And then we expanded our idea. How did we do that? To create the most innovative idea, we tried to follow the big journals, the big medias around the world, and we started thinking how we can use AI to create a solution that would make the journalist's life easier and the media more appealing or more advanced to access the users. That's when we have the idea of research and development unit in our lab. The research and development unit is working hard to create the best solutions that could be used by journalists and the users. As an example, we are trying to create a text-to-speech AI. That's how, in our platform, we have the text articles, we have video articles, we have a podcast also. So creating a podcast takes a lot of time if it's recorded by a human being. So creating an AI that can mimic the voice of a human can generate a podcast from a textual article. That we give more access to our users to an audio version of the article that could be interesting. And of course, we can use it for the reverse, as we can create a text from an audio. That's when we use the AI to generate subtitles for our podcast. That's few of the example. Maybe we are working also on the solution that summarizes the text. That way we can create a summary. This solution is used by both the users and the journalists, where the journalist doesn't have to read in the research phase of their work. They don't have to read the websites or whole articles. They can just read the summary. If it's interesting enough, they can go through the whole article. And of course, for the users, we can generate a custom lead for every user to have more access and more flow for our website. This is for a few of the solution we're thinking of, and of course, will be integrated through a big product that we are going to create very recently. So stay tuned, and we'll be selling it to finance our journal.
Muhammad, we're hearing a lot of AI, we're hearing about a lot of data flowing here and there. But what are the limitations when it comes to this and when it comes to digital privacy?
Thank you, Yara. I mean, first, I would like to also address the issue of innovation in general, because when we talk about innovation in the media landscape, we really have this push towards thinking mostly about technology. But when I think about innovation myself, I really think also outside the technology sometimes, because definitely there should be other factors to make this foundation strong and to make the innovation thrive. Let's say we really need to think about, for example, legal frameworks. I mean, if we're talking about innovation in countries like ours in the MENA region, without really progressive laws, it's not going to take us that high. If we look at our region, we have witnessed in the last few years the increase of cybercrime laws, which focuses mainly on criminalizing speech. We have also seen different fake news regulation around the region, which also has been leading to prosecuting journalists. We've seen misinformation campaigns recently in Tunis, for example, against journalists or judges who are trying to speak truth to power. So that's basically the one angle I want to address. But also there's really another important angle, is the web that we once read about from the piece that John Perry Barlow wrote, A Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace. This space does not exist anymore as like free and open, and we are independent from all the physical and geographical boundaries. Unfortunately, when we now look at the web and at the digital space, it's really under companies' occupations. It's under companies' rules. There's no public space online anymore. It's mostly private companies, and these companies have rules and regulations, and they have business that come first. And for us in our region, the relationship with the companies, it goes first with the authoritarian regimes, because they care about their business. They care to make more money in this region. So unfortunately, I just wanted to address this point, because whoever is doing independent media and trying to do innovative media, they are really under a lot of pressure and under a lot of scrutiny when it comes to this space.
Which brings me to a question that I would like to ask to Faisal, to Ayman and Tamar. Is innovation now really threatening freedom of press more than before? Talking about like everything that Muhammad mentioned, that there's no public cyberspace anymore. There are big data companies ruling or like controlling the data that is being shared. And answer as you like to answer. I see Ayman smiling.
Yeah, I mean, it's not innovation that is a threat to freedom of expression. It's the current business model of the major social media tech platform that is creating an obstacle for the free flow of information. So this is how I'd frame it. Freedom of expression is there and it's vibrant. Even if you look at countries where where people are truly struggling, their voice is strong and their expression of discontent and of dissent is strong. At the same time, repression is strong on the side of authorities, and the way social media companies decided to make money is preventing these free voices, for example, from reaching a wider audience, or an audience that doesn't necessarily look like them, doesn't necessarily go to the same places, doesn't necessarily buy the same products. This is what the real problem is here when it comes to innovation. It's not innovation, it's not technology itself that is an obstacle to freedom of expression. And in a way, we can absolutely criticize the social media companies and definitely criticize our horrible laws. At the same time, I'm a proponent of engagement. Engagement doesn't necessarily mean accepting everything social media companies do, but it means sitting on the table with them, putting enough political pressure, and this is about politics. I want to kind of draw a comparison with the idea of seat belts in the 1960s and 70s. The car industry didn't want to do it, didn't want to impose it as something that is compulsory. And it is when people who understood the car industry, people who understood politics, who actually had the right arguments, when innovative politicians were also present, that people managed to sit on the table and engage in such a conversation. It is unescapable. At some point, we will have to do it. Let's not wait for something as similar as a major disaster that would cost human lives before we realize that there is a need to engage with the social media companies in a very comprehensive and political way. I think this is something really interesting in this conference in particular, because it doesn't take the idea of innovation in media in isolation with the idea of innovating in politics, innovating in technology, innovating in education. All these innovators have something in common, which is our commitment to liberal values, to progressive values. There is a case to build together and sit together with the social media companies. Maybe this is still too early, but there is no escape from actually engaging politically and making sure that there are politicians who understand what it means to do politics in the 21st century, in this era in particular.
I would like to hear the answer of Tamar and Faisal, but Mohammed, I would like later on think about it to see if you agree with Ayman on sitting on the table with the big data companies.
Sitting but prepared, definitely not sitting while we don't necessarily have our act together.
Okay, but now Mohammed has the time to think of his answer, so I would like to hear from Tamar and Faisal.
I also agree that innovation is not an obstacle for freedom of speech, but there are two different actors, local actors, who try to change legislation in order to use it against political opponents or mainstream media, mainly in Georgian case, to restrict freedom of expression. But there are big companies, and after 2016 election in the US, the social media companies decided to start moderation, and we are working with Facebook on moderation because we are the third-party partner of fact-checking program, which is a way to address shortcoming of the social media, because social media lacks editorial tools. There is a need to provide alternative information, and this is a good way to reduce distribution of false content, which is not always the only way to address a problem caused by social media. And there are some problems with personal data, use of algorithms, etc. But this is only one program. We are cooperating with Facebook, which is especially helpful in times of COVID pandemics, when the viral dissemination of anti-vaccination disinformation caused the health of people and the death of people and refusal to vaccinate. I think there is a need to engage with companies further and to discuss these challenges which exist in the societies. But anyway, social media remains a major tool, especially in countries where media is concentrated in the hands of local powerful political or other elites. So any citizen can use this platform for expressing their opinion on mobilizing the people for certain public good and cause.
Thank you, Tamara. Faisal, do you agree?
Well, I really like the distinction that Ayman drew earlier between editorial and technological innovation. So, and of course, big fan of his work at Samir Asir. So I'm very happy that now we finally have a point of disagreement, which is great, because I am absolutely not of the impression and optimism that Ayman is. I believe much more strongly in the Muhammad perspective, which is that the legal framework, the political framework makes an enormous difference. In fact, the hard power edge to politics, you take all of the innovation that Farouk was talking about, all of this wonderful stuff that people are coming up with, it means nothing if the political and legal environment is not right. We know this in the Middle East more than in any other part of the world. People arrested, journalists arrested, people arrested for TikToks, people arrested for Instagram, people arrested for Twitter, all of that stuff. That is the hard power of the state coming and finding you in your home because of your impression, and nobody can work under those circumstances. So first of all, the legal and political framework is absolutely essential. I do not believe, to go to Mohammed's point, and contra Ayman, I do not believe that these large social media companies like Facebook have any interest in reforming. They must be reformed. They must be reformed by politics. There's no other opportunity. If you believe that they are going to give up billions and billions of dollars in revenue with personal data and all of these things, it absolutely will not happen. The only option is regulation. Second point, briefly, I wish I could say that the innovation is only coming from liberal actors. I wish that were the case, but it is not the case. And Tamara in Georgia gives an excellent example of anti-vaxxers. We have seen this in the US, we've seen this in the UK with Brexit, we've seen this particularly in Eastern Europe with these sort of small online actors funded by the Russians primarily. What is happening is the innovation is not only coming from liberal actors, it is also coming from conservative, right-wing, far-right actors. And that sometimes means that they are much better able to encroach into the public space, to find ways to use Facebook, find ways to use Twitter, to separate out, the electorate in the US or anti-Black Lives Matter, or these sorts of things. So if we are talking about where will the innovation come from, it's coming from all sides equally. If we are talking about where will the change come from, it will only come from politics and from the media. It will not come from these social media companies, in my opinion.
Thank you, Faisal. Muhammad, I go back to you. Do you agree with Ayman on what he said? And do you agree again with Faisal on what he said? Tamara agreed with Ayman, but Faisal didn't agree very much with Ayman.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not about agreeing or not agreeing with Ayman. It's really about different perspective and different angles. But I just want to give an example that a couple of weeks ago, we had Bread and Net, which is the event we do about digital rights, and we hosted the previous head of policy in Facebook in the MENA region. And his words were, Facebook is a digital occupation. Facebook, they don't care about engagement in our region. Facebook make more than $1 billion from our region. And every time we send an email, you receive an auto reply. Sorry, we're busy. We can't reply right now. There's COVID. Sorry, we don't have enough staff. So Facebook, as a huge company, they don't have enough resources to hire more employees. There are much bigger problems on Facebook side on that part, and this is not only from our region, in the MENA region. This is also what we call global South. I mean, we've seen a couple of years ago what happened in Myanmar. The use of Facebook has led to all these massacres. So Facebook do also something that Ashraf Zaytoun said. He's the previous head of policy. He mentioned that Facebook only interfere when there's fire happening. Facebook
They're calling you. They're annoyed. Zuckerberg is calling you. What are you saying?
That's Mark Zuckerberg. No, I'm joking. Okay. So Facebook only interfere when there are fire happening. So that's when they interfere in Myanmar. And in another issue that we have, unlike the EU have like the GDPR, which is a law about privacy, and that's back to your point, Yara, at the beginning. Privacy is such an important factor in tech companies, and that goes back to the US as well. And that's why laws and regulations are really important. There should be a privacy law inside the US that should apply on all these tech companies, because if they applied it inside the US, they will apply it outside, I hope. similar to GDPR inside the EU. Facebook has hundreds and hundreds of employees, for example, in a country like Germany, which is around 60 or 70 million people. Compared to our region, where there's 300 million people, there's much less employee, and there's much less reaction and much less engagement. You know why? Because they make them pay money. Facebook and other tech companies think about money first. If you squeeze their money, they will respond to you. If you don't, then we talk to them. We keep talking to them. And we've been talking to them since 2011.
Thank you, Muhammad. Like, the topic of innovation and media is very wide, and like I tried to gather all the questions that I wanted to ask, and that's why I'm going to jump now back to the issue of content with Tamar and Farouk. Tamar, what did technology bring to journalists? And like last week, we were together also on a panel discussion talking about how innovation is also shaping investigative journalism. What did innovation bring to journalists as individuals, as researchers, as producers of content?
Thank you for this question. Yes, we discussed this issue. The first one is the big data, and big data covers variety of data. Fact-based journalists always rely data, but now we are dealing with big data, and open source information is easy to verify through open source intelligence tools. You don't need to travel somewhere. You can check information through geolocation and find evidence. We discussed also example of Russia, how Russian government introduced new law restricting Russian soldiers to take selfies and use their smartphones because Bellingcat investigation found Russian presence in Ukraine they were denying of. So technological development has positive sides for the mainstream media and negative sides. Sometimes artificial intelligence used to mislead public, and there are some cases in Georgian experience when a government developed a blogger with artificial intelligence and traditional media was quoting non-existent person as a real one against political opponents. So you can benefit from innovation in order to do high quality investigations and save resources, not to go to particular places where you need to verify information, which was not achievable in nearest future past, but now you can do this. But you also can be misled by fabricated visuals or artificial intelligence videos and other images. So there are many opportunities and many challenges in this regard, but the key problem, I would say, is the big data, because without artificial intelligence tool, you can't filter all this data and verify them. More information we receive, more complex is that journalists need to develop some data scientific tools and knowledge in order to digest this data properly and use for informed choices of the public.
Thank you, Tamar. Farouk, on this also, like when we talk about content, how Intifada is benefiting from the diversification of content? You mentioned podcasts, you mentioned AI-based tools that you are using to diversify the content, but why is it important now? Does it bring more engagement? Does it clarify more the story? What does it do?
Technology is a way to fight back oppression, like they said. So we can access more people without the regulations, without having to answer to anybody. It's accessible to everyone. We can create a website, publish the article, and as for the AI tools, actually the AI tools provide us to create better content, more content, to have the resources that otherwise could be out of our reach to have as much journalists to create the same quantity and quality of content that we should have at least, let's say, 100 journalists to create the same quantity of content. But with AI and the help of AI, we can create it with half the journalists, the same quality, and maybe reach more audience and more users, be reachable, to create a custom and appeal to everyone with every one of our users with their liking. That's where the technology has benefit us.
And making it easier to the receiver, but this is I'm not sure, Faisal, if you're facing this in new lines, especially that you focus on long essays. Like, how are you able to diversify your content, and what are the tools that you're trying to use? Because like, we're bombarded by data, and I'm talking about like the general public that does not have the time to read long and in-depth essays.
Well, I mean, some of them are reading it, but I mean, I take your point.
Yeah,
it is a difficult sell. Well, let me talk about technological innovation, because I think, Farouk, we sort of slightly sidelined into politics, Farouk, but you were talking about this extraordinary AI stuff that you guys are working on. And we've had some discussions about it. It's something that we are trying in particular. I'll tell you one example in a moment. But I'm very excited about it. And one of the main reasons I'm very excited about it is, as Farouk was just saying, it lowers the cost of entry for media organizations. It means that with a team of 2, 3, 4, 5 people, you can potentially do a lot of things. There's two aspects to the innovation, the technological innovation in AI. One is that it would help with what you might think of as the back end. And Farouk was talking about this in his very first answer. You think about things like, there's a lot of back end work in the media, even on a website. You need to, like he says, do the podcast. You have to check for plagiarism. You have to do captions. There's a lot of that kind of work. It's quite intensive, and AI can solve a lot of it. And we are now trying to figure out ways to bring on AI software, which will allow us to do that, because it will free up the editors to do journalistic work. So that's one aspect of it. I should say, as an aside, that it is not easy. I mean, the technology is not yet there. I know they want to use the technology to augment journalism as it currently exists, to augment humans in actual fact. It's not there. We tried this once. We had a brilliant idea in an editorial meeting. We said, you know, why don't we take one of the essays and have it be read? So when people come on the website, they click a button and they can hear it being read to them. Brilliant idea. What a wonderful idea. Let's try it, Faisal. Okay, Faisal has a go at it. I tried to read this essay and record it. And if anybody has ever done this before, you know that you cannot just read it. You have to read it beforehand so you know where the pauses are. Otherwise, it sounds completely and utterly wrong. And you take an essay, which is 3,000 words. I think I was 25 minutes into recording this thing, and I realized I've only gone 200, 300, 400 words. This is not sustainable. I cannot sit here for 3, 4, 5 hours doing it. Whereas if you had AI technology, especially AI technology that can change the voice, you know, so that the voice is not just, you know, Siri's voice, something like that. That's what happened, Mohammed. You just, you said Zuckerberg and it awoke Siri. That's what happened just now with your phone. This is the dilemma with it, that if the technology is able to change the voice so that the voice sounds much more human, then it can be done very, very easily. I'll stop now, but we will come back to the point I was going to make secondly about technological innovation with open source reporting, which is what Tamara was alluding to, which is how a lot of the technology, a lot of the innovation in reporting is being done with huge amounts of data, Panama Papers and so on. We'll come back to it.
We have some questions coming from the audience, but before I start with the questions, I would like to ask you one final question. For all of you, how do you see the future of media? Who would like to start?
Anyway,
They're all frozen now.
The most optimistic man in the room. Start us off.
I mean,
The most optimistic man, Ayman.
Future of the media. First, more opportunities, absolutely, for more voices. At the same time, real challenge with the social media company whom I did not defend, but said we need to engage with them with the power of politicians who are aware of what it means to do politics in the 21st century. It also means making sure that we also don't forget about the Chinese model threat, which in my opinion scares me way more than even the worst thing that Facebook has done so far.
Everyone is nodding. Everyone is nodding, Ayman.
Making sure that we can tell these stories. So basically the future of the media has to be very local as well, because there are so many local voices from marginalized communities that have been completely sidelined over decades of journalism. Now there are opportunities, there are tools to get these voices out. Also, the future of journalism is a future related to participation in the public debate. The idea of finding the tools, finding the technology, finding the angles, and finding the business models that would allow these voices to be heard and to engage in the political discussion. And finally, the future of journalism is related to the most difficult question, which unfortunately we haven't tackled enough, the innovation in business models, and trying to find ways to allow people to actually make money out of being journalists. Because if people don't make money and decent living out of being journalists, we will leave the sphere open to AI only, and this is where I fear that the Chinese will beat us all. So we need to keep humans in journalism, working with technology, but making sure that they can decently live off journalism so that they can actually invest more time, more energy, and tell better stories.
Thank you, Ayman. Tamar?
Since the traditional notion of media was changed and agenda setting model was also changed, anyone can influence agenda setting, we're approaching this media in a broad sense, media concept. The media consumption habits should be changed as well, and we're working on media literacy in order to equip media consumers with proper tools how to digest media wisely and filter harmful information. Another option is to restrict certain media outlets, which in transitional democracy sometimes undermines the process because mostly powerful government try to restrict the critical media outlets rather than those information operation coming from hostile countries. So since the media consumers are able to choose their sources, they should be equipped with the knowledge and skills to find the quality information and filter the harmful content on their own. Even I represent a fact-checking organization. Fact-checking is not perceived as the best way to address this problem because nobody likes when you are pointing out that you are false in something. So let's people to do it on our own. And the slogan of our media literacy program is Discover Truth Yourself. So we're working with young people to amplify this knowledge and to deconstruct the false information with knowledge and skills obtained through our training programs.
Thank you, Tamar. Muhammad?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Yara. That's a big question, and I was trying to think about it. I definitely agree with some of what Tamar and Ayman have said, but I'm also thinking about the future of media is whoever controls it as well, right? I mean, Ayman mentioned the China model. I think China is a big issue. Also, like more and more users will be adopting like tools and technologies. So that means tech companies also have a big say in this. They control what we see. They control like the censorship, etc., etc. I mean, definitely I see opportunities, but I'm not sure how to express them right now. One of the issues that I've also seen a lot happening in our region is the misinformation, the disinformation that will only increase. We have seen this in Sudan, in Libya, in Egypt, in Tunis specifically. and it's happening everywhere. I mean, of course, in the Gulf, all around us. So that's going to be a big issue, and this is not a tech solution with this problem. There's a lot of societal solution, education, etc. that needs to happen.
Thank you, Muhammad. Faisal?
I'm trying to think whether I should end on an optimistic note or a pessimistic note. I mean, the optimism, I should say the pessimism comes from all the things that Muhammad talked about. And, you know, as Tamara says, some of this is also personal. Some of it is about changing people and with the way that they deal with the mass media. We have this problem even in the US and in the West and so on. I think what is coming in terms of the media landscape is a mass fragmentation. I do believe that over the next few years, what you will see is an enormous fragmentation in the way that people consume media, that they will start consuming it from Substacks, which we're already seeing happening. Newsletters is a big growth part, podcasts, YouTube, these sorts of things, even other things that haven't been invented yet, versions of TikTok and Instagram and so on. That's the optimistic part. Mass fragmentation, lots more voices, lots of people in the media. Here's the pessimistic part. The pessimistic part is that they will probably depend on platforms. They will depend on the platform of YouTube. They will depend on the platform of Substack. And that gives them enormous power. And as we've seen in our region especially, there is always this attempt by Western companies, other companies as well, to be fair to them, to look first at how they can work with authoritarian regimes because they want to make money. And then much later, perhaps under public pressure, always under public pressure, they then look at whether they can act, how will they respond to the public-facing side? How will they respond to the criticism when people make it about what they're doing in China, what they were doing in Myanmar, all of these sorts of things. So I'm optimistic and I'm pessimistic about it. Is that a sufficiently complex answer for a forum like this?
Thank you, Faisal. And from Farouk, after Farouk, I will move to the questions in the room.
Okay, for me, I think AI is a double-edged sword. I share my opinion with other speakers. I think we talked about it. AI is good. AI is helping us reach audience, make better content, help us a lot. But on the other hand, there are a big dark side to the AI. I have a little example. Deep AI is a well-known company that created an NLP solutions called GPT. I don't know if anyone heard about it. This AI solution can generate text. You can configure it to generate any type of text if you want, an article, lyrics for a song or something like that. There are 3 solutions. The first 2 was open source. You can just give it the first phrase and the AI will generate an article. The third one is shut down. No one have access to it. We know it exists, but you have to ask for just a little demo from the company. You can't use the solution. And why they did that? Because they realized that people are creating websites, putting this AI in their websites that can create daily articles that have no relationship with reality. They create very realistic article that looks and reads like a human has written it, but it has no facts at all. And that's really scary. That's why they stopped access to the GPT, the third version of this program. And that's the dark side, I think, about the AI.
Thank you, Farouk, for this and for sharing this very last but dark example of AI. I would like to move the questions. I will start with Sven in the back. Yeah, Sven.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. So first of all, thank you so much for a very refreshing panel. I might have one question that comes out of my background with media in authoritarian countries. And for me, it seems that one of the fundamental questions is about funding structures. If I look at the populist playbook or the authoritarian playbook, it's about defunding the structures that can support independent journalists, right? And the same is also true for the big tech companies to a certain degree, maybe less so. However, here my question is, why is the media landscape so less innovative when it comes to money? I mean, most of 80%, 90% of your panel was on content, and I agree that's very important. But at one point, you want to also have the financial resources to do good and independent journalism, right? Why is it so that there is in the media landscape so little innovation on that front? Why would I have to subscribe to a newspaper, sometimes in authoritarian countries, again, like in Belarus, I don't want to give my credit card to an opposition newspaper to support it, right? Therefore, there are other options. I can click by by article. Cryptocurrency makes that possible, right? I can remain anonymous to a certain degree, and to the fragmentation that was mentioned in the last part. More possibilities are open for individual creators. Substack is so popular because it monetizes journalism to a certain, or contributions, if you want to call it journalism, is up to you. So where do you see this heading? And maybe the monetization question is the big question for media, right?
Who would like to answer?
Thank you, Sven. This is absolutely fundamental. Why we haven't been very innovative in funding structures for the media? Well, it's important, but it's also maybe too time-consuming to try to only look at the past. So it's a very human resource-centric industry, so it's always more difficult to find creative business models. The second thing is that what the media produces is something called information. And information is a very difficult good and service to actually evaluate, because it has so much value before you actually know about it. The moment you know about it, information has no value anymore, and it is so easy to replicate. So actually, as a good, from a purely, economic science perspective, it's difficult to evaluate, and this is why finding the right business model is not easy. At the same time, there are innovations, and I'm actually taking advantage of your question to actually point out to new innovations taking place in the MENA region. And you mentioned the first one. You don't want to give your bank card to anyone. Absolutely. And if you're Lebanese, you can't even use your bank card, even if you wanted to use it. So one of the models that the Samir Kassir Foundation has just established through our new program called MEME, Market Innovation for Independent Media, is, on the one hand, creating a shared subscription platform in a way where we bring together content from so many independent, high-quality media outlets from across Lebanon and the MENA region, and we provide people with the ability to buy a top-up card from their local supermarket or from their local bookstore, and they just have to enter scratch codes similar to what they do with their bank card, with their phone subscription. And the more they read, the more credit they consume. When they are low on credit, they can just top up in a very simple way without having to go through using bank cards. It's something that opens the subscription market to people who who can't use the bank system. It also opens the subscription model for media outlets that cannot afford to build paywalls and very complex ways of monetizing their content. And they are free to choose which part of their content is paid for and which part of their content remains free. On the other hand, we're also leveraging another vector, which is advertisement. And advertisement, we're not talking here about the big companies. We're specifically trying to disrupt the market and break the monopoly of the big companies that today control the advertising market in the MENA region, Dubai-based, and all of them linked to the politicians who control politics and the market. So through MEME as well, we have established an advertising agency who is trying to match ethical SMEs working in the design sector, working in the food and beverage sector, and the hospitality sector in our region, and placing their advertisement in a very creative way in a bouquet of independent media, initially from Lebanon, but we're soon opening to Jordan and Tunisia. So the idea is to tell this nice olive oil producing company that is exporting 60% of its product to Europe or to the United States. Well, you're already putting $10,000 a year in Facebook ads or Instagram ads or Google ads. Can we actually ask you to put $5,000 in independent media, high quality, young independent media? We will match your $5,000 with actually $7,000 the first year. $5,000 the second year, and progressively we will reduce the subsidy, but we will be creating a new culture of advertisement for good, coming from ethical companies and ethical media who share value for change, for competition, for an open market, away from politically co-opted companies and politically co-opted advertising markets. So these are two examples from the MENA region that have been established, and we look forward to sharing their results with you during the Innovation and Politics Forum next year, wherever you decide to hold it.
Thank you, Ayman. I move to another question with Mr. Dirk Konse. Here.
Thank you. It's more of a remark, because at some point during the panel, and I'm always getting like nervous when there's like, almost unanimous head nodding when it comes down to this dichotomy of like, the poor, underprivileged and voiceless user on the one side, and the evil, bad corporation on the other side, who's exploiting them, and the user doesn't have a voice and needs to do something, and it needs a strong state to interfere, to push back, and to regulate and all this kind of stuff. There was at some point, especially Faisal and Mohammed were like very strong. There needs to be regulation by the state and so on. When we come to this, it's something where I'm like, it's a business model, and that's what it is, and it is the user who's using it. And if I, as a user, am we don't solve a problem with another problem. That's one of the issues. So if we have a problem that there's no market competition, there are big companies, there's even the forecast to say like that there is a bigger variety of media outlets, but then they will all be more focused on the bigger platforms. This is something that we don't even know. The only answer to this is actual innovation. And the last question that we just had was something like that. Let's not just look at how things are right now. Let's prospect something for the future. Let's come up with new models that actually entice people to maybe turn their back to Facebook or something like this. I mean, there are examples in the past where things like this happened. I don't know, like top of my head would be ICQ or something like this. They're just like, they're not competitive anymore. And this can happen overnight, basically. And so I rather trust the market force of innovation and creativity than a state. And we're talking about here in the MENA region. We're asking basically for states to interfere in the MENA region where it's more difficult. And I like that, especially from Mohammed and Faisal, I see not heading anymore.
There's not heading.
Can I answer some of this, Yara?
Yes, and then I think also Faisal has something to say. So let's start with Mohammed.
Sure. First, hello, Dirk. We miss you in Badaro. Hope all is well. Okay. So basically, I mean, I agree to some of what you said, Dirk. I am not pro-regulation in the MENA region because, as I said in my first point, that every time the states in our region are regulating anything related to the internet, whether it's cybercrime or fake news or anything, they always go back to the criminalization of the speech. And that's something that we always fight against. Me, Ayman, everyone here in the panel, we're always doing campaign and against it in Lebanon and the region. So that's definitely, we're not supportive of this. But when it comes to the internet on the global level, we look at Europe as actually a good model to protect privacy. And Europe is a good model to protect privacy because of GDPR. If we look at the US, there's only one sentence that actually regulates all the internet, all the tech companies. And I'm just gonna read it because it's very short. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. So section 230 that really regulate most of the stuff in the internet, and there's nothing else. It is what we call the wild, wild west in the US. And when I'm talking about regulation, I'm talking specifically about privacy. There's a lot of complication to other stuff that's related to content, but I'm just talking specifically about the privacy, because if we push better privacy, we will manage to change some of what the tech companies are doing. That's what I'm asking for.
Thank you, Mohammed. Faisal?
I mean, it's nice to see that the mantle of optimism has passed from Ayman to Dirk. The idea that I wasn't in any way suggesting that every media should be regulated. You know that very well. You're just trying to make a provocative point. Fair enough. It's a reasonable provocative point to make. However, you raised the point and then you almost tried to answer it and then you skated over it. So let me ask you very directly. Give me an example. Give me one example where a small grouping of the industries has overwhelmed the larger industry? Has that happened with Hollywood? Has small companies, small media outlets, small films overwhelmed Hollywood? The answer is no. Give me a country in the world where the large supermarket providers have overwhelmed, where the small shops have overwhelmed the large supermarket providers. That has not happened. Have you seen it on the internet in the past 20 years, where the behemoth Amazon has been overtaken by small providers? It has not happened. So if you have an example of the time when mass media, when these small companies are going to overtake these huge companies, please give it to me. I'm interested to hear it.
Dirk, you need to think about it, and we. Thank you, Faisal.
No, but sorry.
Yeah.
The reason why you can't give an answer is because it hasn't happened. You don't need to think about it. There is no answer. And the reason there isn't an answer is because this idea that the market will solve everything, surely we consigned this to pre-2008. The market cannot solve everything. There are issues of data privacy that need to be handled by politicians. There are issues of legal aspects that the courts have to handle. The idea that simply one group of people, all of whom control vast sums of money, are going to solve this problem is ridiculous. One other point, which is directly related to what we were talking about with Samara in Georgia, remember, the world is not equal. If you are talking about media, there is an inbuilt advantage for English language media, the global language, for American companies, it's enormously powerful companies. So let's not assume that we are going to get to this world where all these small companies can compete, all these communities are going to be able to put their hands up, and all the large media companies, not just the legacy media companies, are going to say, oh my God, we got overwhelmed. Fantastic, now we must change. It wasn't government that made us change. It wasn't laws that made us change. It wasn't money that made us change. It was the public that did so via the power of the internet.
I would love to hear like the discussion between you and Dirk, though we don't have a lot of time and we have more questions now. So I would like to move to the back. Thank you. If you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, of course. Sherif Al-Akhwa, donc universitaire, Université de Carthage, et coordinatrice du Tunisia Hospitality Symposium. Je vais faire un petit développement en français, then I will ask in the question in English, please. Sorry.
Can we be a bit fast because we're running really out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alors, donc, j'interviens en tant que consommatrice, disons, des médias digitaux, puisqu'il y a beaucoup d'éléments intéressants, parce qu'ils sont très attractifs, quand on est orienté vers le digital, parce que c'est plus pratique, plus rapide, plus instantané et surtout more sustainable, plus durable. Et je pense que les initiatives innovantes de certains médias, tels que Inkifada, entre autres, notamment au niveau vocal, la partie vocale, la partie podcast, et je pense intéressante à étudier et à voir même par les chercheurs, notamment mes collègues à l'université. Alors, le problème, c'est que lorsqu'on est que les médias innovants et digitaux deviennent multiples, il y a beaucoup d'opérateurs sur le marché universel des médias, et on se pose la question sur la crédibilité, reliability. Est-ce que, je sais qu'il y a beaucoup d'index, there is some reliability, index reliability. Why these indexes are not well communicated? Quelqu'un somebody that use this sort of medias don't know very well, have not good knowledge of these indexes, and can't distinguish between reliable media and not reliable media. I don't know if you understand me. So, and is there some innovative ways maybe to measure reliability of media, of digital media and innovative media? Thank you.
Okay, Ayman?
Yes, quickly. Why can't people distinguish? Well, the competition is completely unfair in the sense that yes, Tamar and others have done great media and information literacy work, but just listen to these numbers. Development to the media sector, media development projects in general, only amount to 0.3% of official development assistance, of overseas development aid in development aid. Out of these 0.3%, less than 1% goes to media and information literacy. So we might say media and information literacy is so important, but nobody is putting real effort into media and information literacy. Second major problem is that it is also now kind of proven that because we have very strong beliefs nurtured by the bubbles that the social media company keep us in, you might show any person any kind of evidence that, for example, Trump did not win the 2020 elections. Those who do not want to believe it will not change their mind. The third major problem is, or the third major issue here is that we are also making a wrong distinction between two things: how information spread and what people believe. Because there are also studies that show that when you show people a bunch of titles or articles and ask them, do you think they're fake or true, they will give you a certain answer. If you ask them, would you share or not share, it would actually push them to share more fake information because they didn't answer mentally the first question, which is, do I believe it's true or false? And finally, is there anything innovative? Well, yes, and this is something we truly support. It's called the Journalism Trust Initiative, JTI. JTI is one of the most innovative attempts to actually create a certification for trusted media, very similar to what you have in the industry sector or the management sector with ISO. And JTI is easy. JTI asks a number of transparency questions, not for the articles or for the video. It's about the management of the media company. So is this media company, does it have transparency about their ownership structure, about their funding structure, about their editorial policy, about their gender policy, about their anti-discrimination policy? So once you collect the answers, yes, no, and you can verify, specifically like you verify ISO certification, these yes-no answers and these can be integrated in the algorithm of search systems on Google or on Facebook. So this is currently where the discussion is taking place between JTI, Facebook, and Google. We're not saying take down fake content. We're just saying whenever a media outlet complies with these transparency and good management criteria, it is catapulted higher in your search engine optimization, in how easy you can have access to this information. So it solves a freedom of expression issue. We don't go into censorship anymore. But if a media outlet is not able to provide publicly information about its management and its ownership, well, you don't see it very high in your Google search or in your Facebook search. So it also addresses the point that Farouk mentioned. When you have content that is only provided by AI, but where there is absolutely no transparency over management, over identity of people behind it, over how they are funded, you don't see it high up. So in a way, it kind of rebalances the competition, rebalances access to high quality media without going into the idea of censoring content, removing content, or having to pay a lot of money to appear quite high up. This is something innovative, led by Reporters Without Borders, with really good involvement from CIMA and others, Center for International Media Assistance. And we believe that if we try to adapt it to the Arab world, where anonymity might be a problem, because actually anonymity saves lives in our region, as you may know. If we manage to adapt JTI to our local needs, probably there is, through innovation, something really interesting to look at.
Thank you, Ayman. This is very interesting. I move to our fourth question and then, and final question. I'm not sure if Tamar wanted to add anything to what Ayman was saying.
Yeah, I agree. Journalist Trust Initiative is a really important tool, and there are another similar initiative, Global Disinformation Index, and it might be used also with a business to promote the quality media and not to advertise in the media that spread disinformation. And there are some problems with Google Ads in this regard, and there is a need to talk with the industries industries and companies to diminish the spread of disinformation and encourage the spread of the quality media content.
Okay, thank you, Tamar. And we move to our last question before we close the session. Please.
Okay, thank you. My question is for the whole panel. It's about regulation of content, because you raised this issue many times. So I'd like to ask all of you as a media representative and activists, how would you think about proposing a kind of model for media regulation? I'm not speaking about legal level, because it already exists, especially in constitutions in the Arab world, but I'm speaking about like a media specialist contribution to providing such regulation, because there is 2 points. There is the idea of the content of, or the reference that would be asked to protect the values of freedom in such regulation. And the other point is the ability to find a representative or an authority capable of proposing such regulation. And if we go out of the old system, as Mr. Norman said this morning, because we have new issues on social media users, etc. So we'd like to find a new way to arise and to find solution to this problem, such like, for example, a new proposal on this media regulation coming from the field itself. Thank you.
Thank you. On media regulations, who would like to answer?
Muhammad, do you want to take a shot?
Muhammad.
Please, Faisal, go ahead. I'll try to add anything.
Media regulation. I mean, I'm assuming that the thrust of the question is to do with the sort of politically influenced places that try to regulate content across the Arab world. Normally these sort of versions of the Media Council or Ministry of Information, things like that. That's the thrust of the question, is it?
Yes, yes.
Look, I am enormously suspicious of any type of media regulation. Enormously suspicious, because I always wonder, what are they trying to regulate? Because whenever politicians put their hands into journalism, they always want to regulate it in their favor. They never want to regulate it against their interests. So I'm enormously suspicious of it. I don't think the regulation with regard to the MENA region is quite specific, because it is not merely a question of freedom of expression, it is also a question of culture. There are a lot of people in the Arab world who want content to be regulated based on what they think of as cultural or religious norms. We all have these experiences. This is a reality of the world as it is today. I don't believe that there's a huge amount of point in us trying to debate it and talk about, oh, the freedom of speech and all of this stuff. These are the cultural contexts which we've been celebrating. We should also celebrate it in that context. However, the question is, how do you regulate it? In that way, I'm very, very suspicious of media councils in general. I think it is much better to use I think it's much better to have a plurality of views expressed through the media. If those views end up causing harms, the courts can decide it. But I think if you start to have a priori regulation with media councils, I think it leads to a very dangerous road. It isn't a road that I would want to travel down.
Thank you, Faisal. I think we can have one last question from Dr. Yusuf Mansour, but really quick.
Thank you. It's really related to the previous question from the professor, because it's not just regulation. Systems, authoritarian regimes create their own media outlets, and they call them newspapers and whatever. And these, because the large corporations are owned by the state, advertising and revenue goes to these media outlets without having to close the other media, the independent media that comes out. And they get revenue from advertising. I think we should talk about that. And they survive longer than newspapers who are independent, or even TV stations that are independent, because the advertisers are told not to advertise there. They have no revenues. I mean, we need to talk about the ecosystem of things. Innovation, whatever. If these guys are not going to survive, I mean, I would like to see a solution whereby innovation bypasses this hurdle of an authoritarian regime raising some and putting some down indirectly without sounding like a regulator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mansour. Anyone need to add to this comment, or can we close the session?
Actually, I would like just one very small point about that, because it's such an important question. And you're right. Of course, I'm sure you're thinking about Al Jazeera, which is the quintessential example of an authoritarian state providing an enormous amount of money and building what is now one of the major media companies in the world. There isn't an easy answer to it, in truth. And the reason for that is that, as we've talked about, governments have enormous leverage. They have the leverage of hard power by simply shutting it down. They have the leverage of money, being able to buy up companies and bleed it. They have the leverage of the legal frameworks, going after people for supposed violations of speech and things like that. Those things are not easy. I mean, to kind of close it out, you cannot simply think that the political environment will solve it, the commercial environment will solve it, or the legal environment will solve it. The reason why the media and politics are so connected is because they are an arm of each other. In order to solve the political problems in the society, you need all these different aspects. The same thing applies with the media. You have to solve all these aspects about funding, about the legal framework, about the politics of it, before you can hope to have a media environment that is genuinely thriving.
Thank you, Faisal. And on this note, I would like to close this chapter 2 of the Tunis Innovation Politics Forum, Innovation and Media. I would like to thank our dear speakers for joining us. And again, we apologize for the delay, but also we took more time for our panel, which is great. I also would like to invite you, whoever is watching us online and whoever is here with us, to go to stories on storiesofmina.com. It's a digital publication related to how individuals in the MENA region were able to cope with the COVID pandemic and other challenges that basically came before COVID, and COVID added to them. And one of the people we are featuring is Shaima Mehdi, who is the founder of Inqilab and Intifada. So I encourage everyone either to go outside to check the installations or to go to storiesofmina.com. And thank you again, and see you next year, hopefully, in the 4th edition of the Innovation Politics Forum.
Thank you.
And now I give the mic to my dear friend Clinton.
Oh, we're friends. That's an upgrade. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's that time. Nous allons faire une pause déjeuner. On peut retourner à 15h30, 3:30. Is that correct? I think I nailed it. Telling time in French is always difficult. So we're going to have a lunch break now. We return at 3:30, not at 3, so it's different to the program. And then we will kick off the very interactive participatory workshop with Yasha Rohr at 3:30. All right. So let's go. I'm speaking specifically to the to the group there at the back. Lovely. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. Not what? Yes? A lot of food. Yes, yeah. They won't portion control for you, I have realized since last night. You need to do that yourself. Right. We need a cafe. Yeah. But that's also your own responsibility. I believe it's just outside there. Okay. So this is, of course, the proverbial graveyard shift. Always on an afternoon, you know, you have that lull coming in. But luckily, we have designed the program in such a way that it doesn't allow for a lull, right? So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Yasha Rohr. So firstly, he's a philosopher. I find that very interesting, and you should speak to Sven, who is also still on his way. So he's the co-founder and managing director. Oh, here we go. And philosopher. That is my aspiration, to put that on my title one day. But for the Institute of Participatory Design, which sounds like a lot, so I'm not even going to try and unpack it, but he told us some interesting stories of, you're based in Berlin, but how they bring together civil society and government and also citizens to solve, you know, the particular challenges that they face. So we look forward to having you with us for the rest of the afternoon to take us through what is Hackathon Democracy 2.0. Welcome.
Yeah,
over to
exactly.
you. Also, you can see he's upgraded. He's got a better mic than me, so I won't feel
quite
insecure.
loud, am I not?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Clinton.
Just take it.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. Thanks for being here. Thanks to the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And yeah, today we're hacking democracy. And we're doing a governance design workshop. So there'll be a little bit of interaction. There'll be a little bit of talk, of sort of short inputs from my side, and of course, action from your side. And the goal should be that in the end of this afternoon, of this session, you should have written your first line of governance code. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do today. And that is quite a challenge on the one hand side, and on the other hand side, I know you're all from the field, you're all experts. I'm speaking as, you know, a peer person to a highly competent crowd. And so I'm really sort of counting on your professionality and your intuition and your ideas here as well. But yeah, just a few words for myself and to the company and organizations I belong to. My name is Yasha Rohr. I'm a philosopher, but I'm also a music instrument maker. That was my first training. I built lutes, Renaissance and Baroque lutes. And so I feel like being a craftsperson as well. And I'm also a designer. I did the kind of couple of years I did ecological design for and with communities. And from this background and with the philosophy, I founded the organizations I'm still leading and co-leading. And I had a talk with Dirk yesterday. It's, for me, founding an organization is always the goal is to create myself an environment and a space to test the theory and methods I come about as a philosopher. So that is really the goal with my organizations. And the Institute for Participatory Design is one of them. A small company, consultant company for politics, civil society, and administration. Focusing on participation and design. So we're actually doing design, but with the means of participation. That is a subtle but important point. And the newest organization I founded is the Co-Creation Foundation, a foundation which looks at co-creative global governance. And what all this is about, I'm trying to sort of bring across here today. So first, governance design. What do I mean by that? For me, this is a sort of starting field, a new discipline, really a starting field of where design can actually help us. in governance. So I really want to stress the point that, you know, we've been thinking there's so many things in life which are given by nature, by society, by God, by whatever, by the market, for example. But in the last decades, we noticed more and more that actually this is all part of something we can design consciously. And a little bit, it's the same with, for me, with governance as well. We sort of think of governance as being something which is fairly set or has its rules, its laws, it's given to us by whoever. And to really dig down deep into what governance is and try to be creative about it, try to be innovative about it, and try to find new solutions to the problems we have. That is what governance design is for me. And I feel this is a discipline which will grow in the coming decades and which will be very, very, very powerful and also dangerous, but also beneficial. And maybe in the end we can discuss a little bit about how can we make it beneficial and not dangerous. But it's a powerful tool, I believe, and I will tell you a little bit about it. Now I've lost connection, because we have global issues to solve, right? I mean, from the personal to the local to the national to the global, there are democracy issues and politics issues everywhere, even on the personal level, I feel. And there are big issues. There are really big issues, like, for example, this one here. We talked at lunch about this. You might have heard the term great acceleration. It's not just our population which is growing, but it's like everything is growing exponentially. And now, after COVID, we should have learned what exponential growth really means like, and we will have to think about, is that in a way sustainable, economically, ecologically, socially? How can we deal with these kind of effects on a global scale? And I think this is something we can apply governance design to. And if I talk about governance design, the first thing which comes to mind is, of course, it's code. Like, we want to hack today democracy here in a workshop. So what is code really? What is it? We all know sort of the code, the computer code, the IT code. But there are so many other different codes, I feel, which govern us. For example, I myself am governed by, I was part of a youth group in Germany, a very peculiar, strange youth group, not just scouts, but something similar. And in 1930, this youth group, it exists as long, it's a movement, they wrote down a code, in my understanding. This is the code, it's called the Meissner formula. And the code says, the free German youth, you know, that's 1930, 13. The German youth wants to shape its life according to its own destiny, before its own responsibility, in inner truthfulness. It stands united for this inner freedom under all circumstances. And when I read this, like 8 years ago, and I know I heard this first when I was 16 and was part of this youth group, I recognized, oh my God, this is still governing my life. It is still something I picked up in my education and my youth, and the organizations I founded, the projects I do are still governed by this code. So I started thinking about what is code? What is code? What can code be? So maybe you want to share with me, like, of course we have sort of something like the commandments, religious commandments. That's code, isn't it? In a way. So what else? What can you think about? What is code which might govern us? Constitutions, morals, values, yeah. Kant, yeah. But what was it?
Expectations, unwritten rules.
Unwritten rules. They are the most powerful often, because we don't know they exist and they govern us.
Ego needs.
Ego needs, yes, of course. Yeah, ego needs, definitely. That's code. And there's, of course, technological codes. There are codes at the workplace, like dress codes, you know, behavioral codes, like even psychological codes. There are codes everywhere and on all levels, and they're written in many, many different languages, aren't they? They're often not compatible. We don't know how to make proper connections between these codes. On the one hand, we're governed by family code, and then by religious code, and then there's the state law and the constitution, and we might even have some inner codes, and they're all governing us. Every day, every minute, every second of our days, we are governed by these codes. And only very seldom, very, very few times, we actually consciously pick them and choose them. But we're still governed by them. So I think that's, I haven't done the math, it's just a sort of estimate, but I believe actually, maybe it's 96, 98% of my life is governed by code, which is not consciously sort of chosen or designed by myself. And that is quite frightening, especially if we talk about freedom and freedom of choice and free will and so on. Does that really exist, and how much? And can we expand it by consciously designing these codes? So that's the questions I have. And I have a question for you, and a first sort of exercise for this workshop in 3 steps. I would like to ask you, what's the code that governs your life most? Just personally. Like, what comes first to mind? A code like the one I shared with you about my youth. Is there a code in your life you feel is really strong? Just give it some thought. You don't have to share it with us. You can now turn to someone and share it with someone else. Just sort of make groups of 2. And if you feel comfortable, of course. If it's too intimate, maybe you choose some code which is not as intimate. But please share it. The other one just listens for a minute. Tell the story about it, like I told the story about my youth group. And then the last step would be, just give yourself, again, some time to think, what would it be like if this code from the other person would govern my life? What would it do to my life? So I give you 2 minutes each, starting now. You can.